I'm going to start in 30 seconds. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's November 17th meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start the meeting this morning with an invocation given by Pastor Michael Bell, and if you'd remain standing, Supervisor Borelli will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Good morning. Let's pray. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Almighty God, we give thanks and praise to you this day for all your mighty works. You are loving, good, and gracious to us, and thank you for creating and sustaining us this day. We thank you for this council and the work that they do. We pray that your wisdom and guidance be given to them as they seek to further the operation of this county. May every decision be beneficial to all interested parties involved, decisions that prosper this county and its inhabitants. And may your hand of protection be on all county workers this day. Bless us now, Almighty God. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, please face the flag of a country that has brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Here we go.
The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on December 1st, 2025 at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to official business to come before the board. Number one, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Attorney Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Martin.
Thank you, Chairman. I attended the Chloride Water Board on Wednesday night and was denied the opportunity to speak. And along with one other lady in attendance, we were ordered out of the building. So we're working on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli. Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Lettman.
I have nothing.
And I have nothing as well this morning. Thank you.
Point of order.
Of course.
I did forget one item. I wanted to pose a question to our clerk of the board if she had any important sporting news to report to the board.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah.
Well, I'll refrain from calling him Tarek Daniels since we all know that that is a problem. But yes, Tarek got his second Cy Young Award on Wednesday, and he's first team all MLB. So he's had a good year.
Congratulations to Tarek.
Thank you.
And I will also recognize, point of privilege, we have LD30 Representative John Gillette in the audience with us. Thank you for being here this morning, sir. Okay. County Manager's Report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. I have one brief update. During the federal government shutdown and at the last board meeting, the board approved funding for a portion of WIC, which is Women, Infant, and Children Program, should that be needed. I wanted to update you and let you know that the federal government reopened before we had to incur any of the funds that the board approved. So as of today, the federal government is back in business, and we did not incur any of the funds that the board approved for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have two presentations this morning. Our first presentation is a presentation of the National Procurement Institute 2025 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award, the AEP Award, to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors on behalf of the Mojave County Procurement Department. Director Acton.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me get the presentation up. Sorry, it's definitely been a Monday morning for us. We just realized we didn't actually bring the award to present it to you, so Morgan's going back to the office to grab it. So I do have a brief presentation. I know some of our board members are aware of this award. This is something that we present to the board every year once we've received it, but knowing that we have 3 new board members that have not sat on this board in prior years, I wanted to do a quick presentation of the award. So the 2025 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award it's an award that has been established now for 30 years. They continuously update the criteria for the award. It focuses on professionalism, innovation, efficiency, productivity, and then overall leadership. I love to use it as a benchmarking tool. It forces us to look at our practices annually and make sure that we are continuing to be a high-performing procurement team. It makes sure that I'm focusing on things that really should matter to a procurement department and not just getting lost in the operational needs of the organization. They are recognized performance measures and best practices, so everything is measured against those things. In order to achieve the award, you have to receive a total of 100 points. You can apply for up to a total of 200. There was one organization this year, one agency, the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, better known as Tampa International Airport, did receive a perfect score. My mentor is actually their procurement director, so it's pretty exciting for me. And then kind of doing a deep dive. So this year, they had a record number of recipients, 216 total recipients for the AEP. There were 7 states or provinces, a total of 48 counties. That is across the country. They even had a couple international applicants this year. 85 cities, 41 educational institutions. So I lumped post-secondary education and K through 12 in one area. And then 35 special districts or others. So these are sometimes like water districts, specialized cooperative organizations. Within Arizona, over the 30 years, there have been 27 Arizona agencies who have received the award. Again, it started in 1995. 13 agencies received it in 2025. Only 2 of those were counties. This is Mojave County's 20th AEP award. There are only 6 Arizona agencies that have more AEP awards, and it's Mojave County's 7th consecutive award. We did apply in 2018, but we were not successful. But we've gotten it since that time. Then when we do a deeper dive into Arizona recipients, the 2025 Arizona recipients, there were 2 counties, Mojave and Pima County, 8 cities, Buckeye for the first time ever, Chandler, Flagstaff, Mesa, Scottsdale, Sierra Vista, Tempe, and the city of Tucson. This is Tucson's 30th, so Tucson is one of, I think, 3 or maybe 4 organizations that have received the award every year since its inception. There was 1 educational institution, the Tucson Unified School District, and then 2 special districts, CAP, or the Central Arizona Project, and then MESC, which is more widely known as the Mojave Cooperative now. And then when we look at total consecutive awards and total awards overall, City of Tucson has 30 consecutive, 30 total. Tempe has 21 consecutive, 26 total. Scottsdale has 2 consecutive, 23 total. Chandler, Mesa, and Pima County all have 21 consecutive. And until 2018, we were in this group with the 4 of them, or with the 3 of them, it was the 4 of us. We now have 20 total, only 7 consecutive. And then you've got CAP and MESC have 18 total awards. CAP does have 18 consecutive. MESC did not apply for the last few years. They just applied again this year. And then 14 awards for Flagstaff. They have 3 consecutive. Same thing. They didn't apply the last few years, but they have, or I guess they didn't apply 4 years ago, but they've received it since they've been applying the last 3 years. A couple of highlights on Mojave County's application, and if any of the board members are interested, I can forward you our full application. It's like 130 pages. We applied for a total of 135 points. We received all 135 that we applied for. That is by design. So I go through annually and do a self-assessment to make sure that it's something that I think we can achieve. And I'm not going to waste time trying to put together substantiating documents to get a criteria that I do not think we will qualify for. So this is the first time in a while that we've received everything we applied for. Sometimes there are just things where they're like, you didn't do a good enough job describing this piece or that piece. There are 18 overall criteria, but lots of sub-criteria in the application. We applied for 18 of the 28 possible categories. And then I did do kind of a background of, since I've been the procurement director, the total points that we've received. In 2020, we received 110, applied for 130. 2021 received 130, applied for 150. 2022, we received 110, we applied for 120. In 2023, we applied for 135, but we only received 130. This is the first time, like I said, that we got all that we applied for. We have been a model submittal in prior years for different criteria. This year we were selected as a model submittal for our e-procurement manual, and I'm very proud of that because that is something that we took on as an initiative in the last year to substantially update our procurement manual. In the past, it read more like desk procedures for a procurement officer, and that doesn't really have a lot of value to our departments that we serve. So we changed it to make it very much a focus of what do we do and how do you reach out with and work with us. Looking ahead, we might qualify for up to 25 additional points in the 2026 application, which will be coming in the next couple months. We are planning to do some formal vendor training that's historically worth about 5 points. There's a chance that I might qualify for an association leadership position. It just kind of depends on what our NIGP governing board does. Historically, that has gotten us 10 points when we've applied for it. And then we may also qualify for continued pursuit of excellence. This one's a harder criteria to get. It's, kind of a catch-all, but it can't be any other category that are covered in the application. But I think there's a chance we could get 10 points for that. I'm planning to focus on our surplus program where we're doing sort of like a surplus thrift store and show how that has saved the county money by basically transferring surplus property that other departments don't need to departments that need it without spending money on new equipment or furniture or supplies. Other than that, I don't have a lot more to go through. I would like to take this opportunity. One of the criteria that we have not qualified for the last couple of years has been professional certification. In 2022, I had a major turnover of staff, and so we had to hire a bunch of new employees, and we're hitting that point where they're qualifying to be certified. And so my hope is probably in 2026 or 2027, we will back to qualify for having 75% of our staff professionally certified. And I'd like to celebrate that my procurement officer one, who serves primarily public works, was certified last week. So she's got her NIGP CPP certification, and we will be promoting her to procurement officer too. So are there any questions from the board? I know that was a lot of information to throw at you once.
Questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Martin?
Yes, I really appreciate that. And like I say, this is, for me to see this is outstanding that you and your department are doing an outstanding job on behalf of the county, and I want to congratulate you and your staff. Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Atkin, can you expand on the thrift store for the new members that may not be aware?
Sure. So it's something that we've always had available, but we're intentionally marketing it now, doing a monthly newsletter. So when counties have surplus equipment, material, or supplies that they no longer need, we don't just throw it away. We can't just give it away. According to Arizona Revised Statute 11251, the board determines how we dispose of surplus, and our options are to auction surplus off. What we try to do before we auction surplus off is to repurpose it to other departments. So we maintain a warehouse here in the building. If your chair, isn't as comfortable as it used to be and you buy a new chair, you can send your old chair to our warehouse. And if another department wants that chair instead of the chair that they have, they can take the chair from the warehouse, and chair's probably not the best example, let's say a desk, something of higher value, we will transfer that asset to the department. So if the assessor's office got rid of a desk and your office needed one, we could repurpose the desk from the assessor's office to your office, and we would actually handle that through FAMES forms and make that transfer happen internally. What we do to capture what the cost avoidance is we do research. We look online. What does this chair in general cost if we were to buy it brand new? We usually try to get 3 or 4 prices and say, okay, on average, to replace a chair, it would cost us about $200. By taking a chair from the warehouse, we've saved the county $200. And what we're doing is monthly, we're actually kind of taking pictures of what do we currently have available and pushing that all out to all county departments so that they're aware of what's in the warehouse. I think it is something that the administrative building took advantage of, because it was easy just to walk down to the warehouse and say, hey, I'm looking for a new bookshelf, or I'm looking for, some kind of side table. But now we're taking pictures of those items and sharing them with the whole county.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other comments? Tara, I just want to say I'm proud of your whole team. This award, it demonstrates a certain level of commitment to the citizens that we all serve, and I really do appreciate you continuing this program. And then I just have to give a little personal congratulatory. When I was the procurement director and I hired Tara, she didn't have 1 day of procurement experience, and today she has blossomed into an incredible, nationally known leader in procurement. And I just want to say, keep it up. You're doing a great job, and thank you for keeping this program running. I think it's very important.
Thank you. I would like to request, I've got a couple of my staff here in attendance, if the board would like to come down in front of the seal and take a picture with my team. We update it annually and put it on our website as well. So.
Thank you. Our next presentation is a presentation by staff, county staff, summarizing the current health and status of the Sacramento Valley Groundwater Basin, located in Mojave County. Development Services Director Scott Holtree. Good morning.
Morning, board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to begin by stating that I know that my division and our department is not the water experts on this, but we do have some talented individuals within our department that are able to do quite a bit of research and find some of these answers for us. Particularly John Ortman, he's been working on this presentation. I have him seated over here today. He's our flood control engineering technician specialist, and he did a great job to find some of this information for us. So this is a presentation on the Sacramento Valley Groundwater Basin and its current health and status. This is a depiction of that groundwater basin. It's located between the Black and Mojave Mountain ranges, and to the west with the Sarabet and Hualapai Mountain ranges to the east. It serves the Chloride, Sohai, Golden Valley, Yucca, Topak, and Havasu Heights communities. There's two main studies that we looked at that kind of depicted the amount of groundwater storage that is in this basin. It is a very, very large basin, just to be brief. In the 2008 ADWR study and the 2013 USGS study, it kind of it shows that there's anywhere from 20 to 30 million acre feet that is above the 1,200 foot level for groundwater. So that's just the water that is accessible as deemed by ADWR for use. There's about 20 to 30 million acre feet of that water available. Just to kind of give you an idea of how much that is, it's estimated that there's about 35 to 40,000 acre feet per year that is being withdrawn from that aquifer. That's from a ADWR 2019 Northwestern Basin Resource Assessment. That's including municipal, domestic, and agricultural uses in that area. Just to kind of give you an idea, the 35 to 40,000 acre feet per year is roughly 0.2% of that total storage that's above the 1,200 feet. So we did a quick research on how deep the basin is. It's very, very deep. I think just an initial look at it was around 8,000 feet deep. So it's pretty deep aquifer. But just to that 1,200 foot level, we have that 20 to 30 million acre feet, and the 35 to 40,000 withdrawal is less than 0.2 of that amount. And I would also like to include that does not account for any recharge. There is some recharge in the aquifer. The estimates that we were able to establish in the 2019 study was around 5,000 to 10,000 acre feet per year, and that's just based on the amount of rain that we receive in that area that year. We do know that there is some recharge, and I'll get to a slide that kind of shows that a little bit here in the future. We were able to find a few monitoring wells that are in the area, which are very helpful for knowing the level and whether or not it's decreasing, increasing. ADWR monitoring well in the Golden Valley area showed over the past decade that there was a 1 foot decrease in the aquifer, so not very, very insignificant. In the Golden Valley Oatman area, the monitoring well in that area saw about a 6 foot difference in that past decade. The one in Yucca actually saw an increase of 1.8 feet, so it actually increased over that decade. And then the one in the Dutch Flat area showed a negative 1 foot over the past decade. These two graphs kind of show those monitoring wells over that past decade, and you can see the Golden Valley monitoring well. You can see that it kind of took a dip down, but then it's kind of slowly maintained its level and actually has increased over the past few years. The Yucca one on the bottom, you can see over the past decade it's had that slow increase in its water level. It's been brought up about the mine in that area, the Sacramento Valley groundwater and the Mineral Park mine reopening. So the Mineral Park mine is an open pit mine located in the Cerebet Mountains, just northeast of Golden Valley. The mine was in production off and on from 1964 to 2014. For the past 2 years, Origin Mine has been working on bringing it back into production with plans of operations starting this year. We were able to find historic water use for the mine from the Valley Pioneer Water Company. Annual reports show years 2009 to 2014 had an average use of 4,771 acre feet per year. Adding this to the projection of the current withdrawals, it would raise it to anywhere from 40 to 45,000 acre feet per year, roughly about 1% increase. We did some research with the EPA and found that the 2023 Consumers Confidential Report showed that the water quality meets all of the EPA standards, so no issues with the water quality. In summary, I just kind of wanted to go back through some of the points that we made. The storage is roughly about 28 million acre feet of groundwater between the surface and the depth of 1,200 feet, 1,200 to 1,300 feet. That's where ADWR deems the usable waters at that 1,200 mark. So there's roughly about 28 million acre feet of groundwater to that point. Withdrawal estimates are around 40 to 45,000. That's including the mine when it's in operation starting this year. Recharge, approximately 5 to 10,000 acre feet per year, and it's a natural recharge that occurs. And we can see by the monitoring wells that it is recharging with an increase in some of the well depths. Water quality, the water quality is good, meets all the EPA standards. There's no evidence of the basin overdraft is threatening the basin currently. Also, ADWR is preparing a comprehensive assessment. They do this every 2 years, or they're going to, within the next 2 years, it will be released. So they're going to be doing a new assessment on this aquifer. I've also included any of the references that we spoke of today as well. With that, I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
Appreciate the questions. We have a few people that have signed up to speak on this presentation. I said that I was going to allow that, so we'll go ahead and start calling those folks up. Mr. Wayne Hollins, state your name and address for the record.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. Thanks for the chance to make comments on this. It sounds like our aquifer out there is in great shape, but if the Ogallala aquifer can be depleted, that one is not above being depleted either. Also, we think about the contamination. More farm, more industrial, more whatever coming into the area, using the chemicals that aren't needed and shouldn't be used or disposed that way, start polluting the groundwater. It doesn't take a whole lot. It doesn't matter how much water is in there. If it's polluted, it doesn't do any good. And if we don't have the ability to make it clean, then we got a lot of water, but for what? To poison us. So we must also worry about what's being put into the ground or on the crops that is going to get into the ground to pollute that water. And there's some of that pollutant that's out there that's currently being used that there's no way for them to clean that water up. It's just, you can't see it, smell it, or taste it, but it's there. PFAS, your forever chemicals and stuff like that. It's around, and in every place in the world have that same problem. It's spread throughout even the most remote places, so to think it's not here is an understatement. Also, we need to take our groundwater and or surface water when it rains and keep that from running off and go make sure it gets in so it can recharge. We have a lot of rain. Water's not really a problem. It's getting it into the aquifer, especially on the Wallapai side, on the ground, on Sacramento Basin. I'm not sure where the groundwater recharge stations are and stuff like that, but we not only need to, if you don't take care of the dirt, you can't take care of the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Angel Lund? Brian Burke, you're on deck.
Good morning. Angel Lund, Golden Valley. I'm not going to go over much of the same thing. As you know, Golden Valley is at the northern part of the aquifer. And we don't have as much water as, say, down toward the middle, actually past Yucca, and I think it's around 23 to 2,500 feet deep down there. That's where the major amount of water actually sits, not up at Golden Valley. And as we all know, water runs south. And so we'll be the ones that run out of water first. Well, actually, I guess chloride, unless maybe they're in at the other aquifer. Last time the mine dropped people's wells 3 feet. They are expanding. They have 2 expansions coming. That mine will be at least 3 times bigger than it was. And they have water out of Pioneer, as well as a lot of water rights out of Golden Valley. This is where they'll be taking the water from, not down farther where there's more water. There's a 1-foot drop. That doesn't include the mine. It doesn't include the buildings that have all been built all along Chinarump, I-40. It does not include any of the new building that is going to be built with what? Somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 homes off of Chinarump? And that's already approved. We can't do anything about that. We don't know what all this effect is going to have. All we know is that we only have a limited amount of water up in our area. Our wells are going down. This is before all of this. This is before the buildings on I-40. This is before the new homes come in. This is before the mine starts back up. We don't have water. Actually, what we need is a moratorium on building and figuring it out once the mine goes and is in production. Are we even going to have enough water for what we have now? We don't know, and neither do you. It's time that we put our minds together and get it figured out, because we don't have the recharge that a lot of other places do. Golden Valley is like the last place to get rain. We were lucky to get a ½ inch of rain. That's the most rain I think we've had all year. Other areas, they get a lot more rain than we do, but not Golden Valley. It goes around us. It hits Kingman, it hits Bullhead. It does not hit Golden Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Burke? Steve Robinson, you're on deck.
Good morning. When I was just listening to that presentation, I noticed a few flaws in it. The charts that they showed there were of course the wells that were by ADWR. The wells from GVID are showing a foot per year. And in that presentation, they also said that, the wells have just dropped a foot. Well, you can't just say a foot, you have to say 1 foot per year. And when you look at the depths of, like Yucca is not 1,200 feet depth. They access the Sacramento, and I believe they're around 2,000. I'd have to look it up, or 2,400 feet depth, very deep. And throughout, it's not like a flat water tank, the aquifer. It's got different depths throughout. And so whenever you have big commercial, and this from Oregon, I can tell you, 57 inches of rain, and we, average 37 inches of rain. They invited the Napa Valley in, and they've got these deep wells, and basically many of the farmers they're out of luck because they can't afford to go as deep as these commercial interests were doing. And so I watched many wells fail, and I watched many new wells go in, and they're just dry holes in the ground. In our case, we start digging new wells, like happened in Golden Valley just a few years ago. You dig a new well and you hit volcanic rock with arsenic in it. And if you do enough of that, you might start poisoning the rest of the aquifer too. So that's something it's not a known science. It's modeled, it's projected. And that's a lot of criticism of ADWR. When you start using modeled projections, you're not actually doing a lot of wells that are monitoring wells or monitoring private wells, which I'm not wild about that whole concept. But it's just that if you have big wells and we don't even know how many acre feet the private wells are drawing, because nothing's metered in that private, and the farmers, you start metering them, then it's controlled by outsiders, and that's not good either potentially. But basically, I don't want to get stuck on that subject And then also you have to look at when you have charts and rain, you can't just go by an old chart, because you have to look at what the rain is, because we are in a severe drought. And when you have the Colorado losing its levels are going down, it actually can suck, or like a vacuum, it can suck out the Sacramento.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Stephen Robinson. Jeff Duarte, you're on deck.
Stephen Robinson, Golden Valley. I studied the first USGS report back in 2014-13 when I first found it. Here's what they said. They said 5,000 to 10,000 acre feet of precipitation or of recharge. Well, the total amount of rainfall at 9.2 inches, the total amount of water precipitation is 779,170 feet. My cousin Johnny managed Valley Pioneers for about 21 years, and he consistently will tell you that the vast majority of water in that Sacramento wash goes down into the ground before it gets even down to the corner going west towards Topak. So most of the water is seeping down. Sure, there's a thing called evapotranspiration where plants soak up the water. But if they're claiming we only get 10,000 acre feet of recharge, they're mistaken on that, in the opinion of my cousin Johnny Clayton. There are three major subbasins in the Sacramento Valley Aquifer. The chloride subbasin north of 68, it's about 3,200 feet deep below land surface. The Golden Valley subbasin, which is a massive basin, includes everything south of the 68 and down towards the 40. It is a massive subbasin. The third subbasin is the Dutch Flat subbasin. It's the deepest at 8,500 square feet, but it's like a colander, very narrow at the top. It's one-fourth the size of the Golden Valley subbasin, maybe even smaller than that. So the majority of the precipitation and the water storage is in Golden Valley, at least 70%. But even if it's only 50%, there's enough water. Based upon the 28.4 million acre feet, there's enough water just in that subbasin for 640,000 dwelling units. That's not going to happen in our grandchildren's lifetime. But the fact is, there's far more water based upon that study not based upon people's desire not to have development there. But the fact is there is more than enough water, and the presentation by Mr. Holtry, which I really appreciated, lays it out that they're using 0.13, and if you add the mine to it, that's 0.1815, so a percent that we'd be using. So there's plenty of water, contrary to those that want nobody to develop and build out there. Thank you.
Jeff Duarte? You state your name and address for the record. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Jeff Duarte. Chairman, I apologize. I'm actually here to speak on item 48. I heard water.
Okay.
I heard water up there in P2, and I signed
You
up
want to
for
speak on item 48, and that's the second
I'll
presentation.
be back up for that.
Okay, I'll put you down. Mr. Holtry, if you want to come back to the podium, I'm going to open it up to board discussion. We'll start it off with Supervisor Martin, since this is his district.
Supervisor Holtry, a couple of questions. Where are the recharge basins located in Sacramento, in Golden Valley?
Mr.
How
Chair,
many do we have? And where are they located?
recharge basins
Yes.
that the county has
Yes.
built in that area? I don't think we have any.
So we don't have any formal places where we're putting water back in the ground.
Not that the county has created.
Okay. Another question. Does the city of Kingman draw off the Sacramento Basin?
From my understanding, I do believe, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, I do believe they do have a well in that location, but I could not speak on whether or not they do.
Smiley, do you know? We have Smiley Ward out here.
Yeah, I'd like to recognize Kingman City Councilor Smiley Ward. Thank you for being with us this morning. If you wanted to say something, Councilor Ward, we don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know the city limits does go over a portion of the Sacramento Basin. So.
We do have a well
Yeah.
in Sacramento, and we are going to drill another.
In Sacramento Basin?
And right now, I can't tell you how much we use out of the Sacramento, but it's very little. But the well is there. We do have it, and we do intend to drill it.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Holtry, you said there's roughly 28 million acre feet. So we heard Steve Robinson say there's no shortage. What is your department's feeling? Is this aquifer going to be impacted by any development that's being proposed out there in the next 10 years?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, that is correct. The 28 million acre feet is actually the water that is available above that 1,200 mark. And with the current withdrawals, our department does not see any effect that it would have on that large amount of water that's in that basin.
Okay. Do you have the details on how much each of these communities like Chloride, Golden Springs, and whatnot, do you have those numbers, how much they use it a year?
Supervisor Martin, no, the numbers that we have were just from the studies that were done by USGS and ADWR. Because they don't have specific municipal, like the city of Kingman, we're able to get their exact water usage for the Wallapai Basin, which is about 8,000 acre feet per year. We don't have any of that with these specific communities within the Sacramento Basin. We're just using the amount of water that was presented in those studies.
Okay. And the bottom line here is, we hear a lot of people talking about that these water in Golden Valley is threatened. But in your opinion, the proposed development and everything, the mine and taking into consideration all those possible uses, you don't see where the Sacramento Basin is being impacted to any degree?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, I think the biggest information that kind of depicts the health and sustainability of the aquifer are those monitoring wells. So I was glad we were able to find that information showing a 1 foot decrease in the Golden Valley area over a decade. Kind of shows that it's not really having much of an effect. And even if we were to project out 1,500 years, we wouldn't get down to that 1,200 level. That's not including that recharge. So the recharge actually shows in some of those wells that it's better some years, and it's raising those wells, especially in the Yucca area. We saw that over the decade it's increased by 1 foot. So
Sure.
Those monitoring wells really do show us the information that it is not really having an effect.
Okay. And how does this affect GVID? What impact, if any, does this information have with GVID?
Mr.
Chairman. Scott, let me jump in. Mr. Chairman, if I may. Thank you. Supervisor Letman, Supervisor Martin, forgive me. It's a large water body. Recognizing that there's ongoing movement underground, there's natural recharge, and there is withdrawal. So I would like to weigh in and say it's hard to opine on what impact an area or a well or a development will have. I would say, generally speaking, every withdrawal could have an impact, but it depends on the recharge, that natural recharge that we have no impact on or input into. And that natural recharge, it could increase or decrease depending on, weather forecasts and rainy seasons or lack of. So we rely on these monitoring wells and ADWR's data. We truly are not in the groundwater business of collecting data and such, and we try our very best to work with ADWR to secure that data and share it. To that end, it's at best reliable data when we can track it from year to year, and when we have monitoring wells that tell us what is happening. And even then, there could be fluctuations, so you can't just rely on 1 year, but we look for trends. So I wanted to offer these couple of thoughts. We try not to opine because there are so many variables, in all sincerity, that it's hard to say, other than it's a large water body, and if you pump enough of it, you will notice an impact. What that impact will do in the way of surplus because of the natural recharge or deficit, it really depends on how much and what's happening. So we will continue to track and work with ADWR and get these numbers, but I would rather we don't opine on what impact one development or one area has on the other.
Sam, I appreciate that, but and you said we're not in the water collecting business. Maybe we ought to be, because these folks want to know. When I ask about GVID, there's a reason for it. It's because people have asked me, okay, what is the situation in the Sacramento Basin and how does it impact GVID? And I think those are legitimate questions that ought to be answered. So that's why I'm asking that information. And like I say, if it is in fact because of these multiple things, well, that's fine, but address it. Let the people know that are in GVID, let them know. Let them know what the impact is. That's all I'm asking, because I'm their representative. And they've asked me, and so I'm asking our people.
Thank you. Did you have any other questions, or were you?
That's enough.
Okay. Supervisor Borelli?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Holtry, when ADWR gives that 100-year assurance, is that based on no recharge?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Borelli, I believe they take in all accounts, all factors that any data that they have on their available to them, they'll apply that to their decision on that 100-year adequacy.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry, can you bring up the slide that had the map of the aquifer?
You want the one with the wells or with just the map?
A map of the aquifer. I just had a question on the boundary. I think you had one that was, maybe it was one that showed the Yucca Dutch Flat area, maybe.
You had the one with the wells. The one
that's it. That southern boundary, the southeastern boundary, what is that? Is that the Big Sandy or is that Chicken Springs Road?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, I could not tell you.
I'm not playing gotcha. I'm just curious what the boundary is because there's another aquifer beyond that. The Big Sandy aquifer is down there also.
I could do some research on my computer and be able to pull it up a little bit closer, but right at this moment, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Sure. Also, just a little personal information. I have 2 wells in the Dutch Flat area south of Yucca. ADWR monitors my wells every 10 years. They come out and they'll take a sonic down the well. These 2 wells are 3 miles apart, and they both are about 350 foot to the water. In the 10-year, when they came out and did it, it might have been 2 years ago, the one well was down 80 feet. The other well was up 6 feet. And these 2 wells, they're kind of parallel to the Wallapai Mountains, so the distance from the mountains is about the same. But some of this stuff with individual wells is spotty because it depends on how much you're pumping that well. You get a cone of depression around that well when you're pumping it continuously and whatnot. So stuff's just kind of hit or miss. And these are both at about 3,000 foot elevation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Lettman, anything? You really never know what's going on under the ground, right? Because there's perched aquifers, there's the deep aquifers, there's different well depths. I mean, there's all different types of stuff going on underneath the ground. So appreciate the conversation. Did you want to, I don't know if I heard too many questions in the presentation, public comments, but anything that you heard that you wanted to address?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe so. I think everything's been responded to.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. We actually have 3 presentations. This is a late ad presentation. We would like to thank the sheriff for placing this on. A presentation regarding the acquisition of 3 new sheriff substations purchased with one-time state allocation of $9 million from fiscal year 23-24. In addition, update the board on the sheriff's mobile command post acquired with a state allocation and ARPA split funding by Sheriff Schuster. Good morning, Sheriff Schuster. Are you with us?
I am. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate your time. Normally, I would do a presentation like this in person, but I'm not able to do so, unfortunately, today. So I'm going to do my best to present to you through Teams. It's going to be a brief presentation. I do have a very short slideshow, so I'll just get started here. And I know I've said this over and over, but I always like to remind the board and those listening that the Mojave County Sheriff's Office is mandated to provide law enforcement and public safety services to all of those who live, work, and visit our county. In order to provide quality, professional, and timely service, appropriate levels of staffing and modern equipment is paramount. We have seen significant growth and success with our agency, and I want to say I appreciate this board and prior boards for the support in that growth. We've done very well. We are night and day different than we were 9 years ago when I first took office. So on behalf of myself, but more importantly, the citizens of Mojave County, I want to thank you, board members. I want to thank you for your support. Each year we budget for the most pressing needs of our agency. Law enforcement is a service-based industry. We do not bring in a lot of funding, but we do go through funding. So we rely heavily on the board's discretion to prioritize our needs. For years, adequate salary has been a concern for many, many years. We've had high vacancy rates in our detention facility and our patrol division, and we've addressed that with you, the board. We have corrected salary. We now offer a competitive wage, and as a result, we've all but eliminated vacancies in these positions. In fact, I'm very happy to inform you, the board, that by the end of this month, we should have a full roster on the patrol side of things, and less than, I think, 8 vacancies in the jail. So we're doing very, very well. And again, that's that's because of the cooperation that we've had between the sheriff's office and the board. So thank you, as well as, and I do want to point out, as well as the county manager, excuse me, and finance. We've all worked very well, and it's appreciated. So the point of this presentation is to kind of spotlight the funding that we as a sheriff's office secure outside of the general fund, which has helped us accomplish some of the things that we've been able to accomplish over the last several years. We actively seek out funding sources to obtain necessary items such as buildings, vehicles, equipment, even salary and overtime through outside funding sources. And we do this to reduce the need for the general fund dollars that are being requested, with the understanding that staffing levels will remain a pressing concern for us, and our budget requests this year and moving forward will continue to remain in line with our strategic plan, which we've discussed. The need to replace our share of substations has been in place for decades. We have been working out of less than ideal, quite honestly, ill-suited buildings. So in 2021, I petitioned our state legislators for financial assistance. I emphasized the need, and I testified at committee. I want to say that thanks in large part to Representative Leo Biasucci, Representative John Gillette, who's in the audience, and then Senator Sonny Borelli, who's now our District 3 supervisor. In 2022, we were awarded $9 million for substations. Once that award came in, we quickly learned that new builds were very expensive. They were not cost effective for our budget for 3 substations, and they weren't timely. They would take many years to get us where we wanted to be. So we began to think outside the box. We were looking for suitable existing buildings that could easily be modified and converted, that would allow us for the growth we need, not only now, but in years to come. We were able to purchase our first building in Mojave Valley to replace the old substation on Vanderslice Drive. We then almost simultaneously purchased our second building in Lake Havasu City to replace the worn-out Lake Havasu substation on 95. And we recently, and we're in the process of closing on a purchase in Littlefield up on the Arizona Strip for a substation up there for our staff. We also are near completion of our re-entry building, which sits adjacent to the main jail, and we hope to be operational within that facility by the end of January. So if we could pull up the slides, I'll just go through a couple pictures with you. So I have to do that. Okay, the first picture that I want to go over with you or show you, I can figure out how to work this. Please bear with me. There we go. Okay, so this is a photo of the old substation on Vanderslice Drive in Mojave Valley. This building was over 40 years old, roughly 4,500 square feet, very dilapidated, in disrepair. We were able to make a purchase of a new building, came in just under $4 million from start to finish with the modifications. This is the new substation. It's almost 11,000 square foot. It's situated at 6870 Highway 95 in Mojave Valley. Very good location, just north of Boundary Cone. It's got 12 offices. It's got a conference room. It's got an evidence room. It's got an IT room, an interview room. It's got full support staff offices, robust patrol rooms, a training room. It's got a detective's office, a search and rescue office, and a posse office. So very well suited to our need, and we're taking great advantage of the building. This is something that will last for many, many years to come. The next building, this is a photo of our Lake Havasu, what was our Lake Havasu Sheriff Substation. This was a small facility, a very old facility. less than 2,000 square foot, also very, very much in disrepair. So we were able to purchase a shell of a building and do a full build out. This is a picture of the current building. We're very excited to be in it. It has 13 offices. It's got a training room, robust patrol division room. It's got an interview room, an evidence room, even has a gymnasium for the deputies to hopefully stay in shape in. We do also boast a 5,000 square foot garage, oversized garage, which is fantastic. Excuse me, as you know, Lake Havasu in the summer gets extremely hot, and this affords our officers the opportunity to work on equipment out of the sun. It is air conditioned, so this was a fantastic purchase, and we're very, very happy for that. This next photo is a picture of our old Beaver Dam substation. It's actually the one we're currently working out of. This is, again, over 40 years old. This was a temporary fix for a substation many years ago. It was a converted double-wide trailer, very small, less than 1,000 square feet. We were very fortunate. A listing came on the market right there in Littlefield. It is right off of I-15, located at 4103 Fleet Street in Littlefield. This has 10 offices, a patrol room, reception area, lots of room for growth. This came in at just under $600,000. So all told, with the $9 million that we received, we are under budget by about $200,000 and have accomplished our goal. This is something we're very excited about. We're very pleased with. And again, looking at the price of a new build, we realize now that this definitely was the right direction to go in, and these will service our needs for many years to come. Talk a little bit about the reentry facility. The board is well aware of this project. This is an 8,000 square foot building, sits adjacent to the jail, multitude of offices. This is a 2-story facility. It has a full workstation area. It's got a reception, a full kitchen, bath. It even has 12 beds upstairs in the event we're able to run a detox program or something similar to that. So we're happy to have this. And this I wanted to share with you. This is a picture of the most recent acquisition we took in. This is our mobile command post. It's a 43-foot heavy-duty Freightliner. It's got 3 pop-outs. It's completely modernized with the interior design. It's got a conference area. It's got workstations, mobile dispatch capabilities, which is very important. If our dispatch should go down, we can immediately transfer to this vehicle and be up and running almost immediately. A full camera system. It's ideal for our needs. What's nice about this vehicle, and it's been a long time coming, we deal with the extreme temperatures, both in the summer and the winter, and we have a lot of activity that requires our staff to be out in the field for long periods of time. We've had issues in the past where our staff is overheated. We've had all sorts of concerns about being able to keep them keep their well-being intact when they're out doing the mandated services we talked about. So this is a cooling station that we can use in the summer and a warming station we can use in the winter, and we're excited to have it. The nice thing with all of these purchases, these are all either grants or state allocations. In fact, this particular vehicle was a match between ARPA and a state allocation. So very, very happy to have this. It's actually down in Lake Havasu today. We're looking to market, so hopefully we'll have that done soon, and we'd love to be able to show it off. If you'd like to come over and take a look, you're welcome to. Here's a picture of the interior, kind of give you an overview to show you just how extensive the work area is. Very, very comfortable. It's very roomy, and it's very well equipped. In fact, I was amazed when I first toured it. It has I think it's a 30 or 40 foot extension camera, and sitting from the back of our facility right across the way from you here where it was parked, we're able to zoom in on the county courthouse, and I can see people walking up the steps. So it is truly an amazing asset, and we're very fortunate to have it. And that ends the slideshow. So I just had a couple more things I wanted to talk about. Okay, so a big portion of this presentation is discussing the grants, but I want to explain the why behind it. So currently we run 26 yearly grants. These grants enable us to afford equipment that we otherwise probably would not get. To give you an example of some equipment, we've received undercover vehicles, interdiction vehicles, off-road UTVs. We've got 6 of those. We've got new weapon systems, both rifles and handguns. Everything's modernized, and in the attempt to make things as safe and as user-friendly as possible. We've gotten license plate readers. We've gotten a static camera system for criminal investigations, which is top-notch. It's been used several times already, and it's well worth its cost. Several drones. We got cell phone software, and the list goes on and on. I don't want to bore you with it, but we're doing really good things with the funding. As an agency, we have always tried to be part of the solution when it comes to the budget. Every year I come before you as a board, and we ask for what we think we need. And we always try and offset it any way we can. We try and work within our own budget to offset what we can, again, with the understanding that we are a service-based agency. When we talk about grants and allocations, this type of funding comes at no additional cost to our local taxpayers. That's something I'm very proud about. Yes, it's taxpayer money, but it's earmarked money. It's earmarked through various local, state, and federal programs and agencies. They're very competitive in nature, so we've been very successful. And if we didn't get this funding, the dollars are going to go elsewhere. So we would either go without, or we'd be forced to come before you, the board, and request funding from the general fund. So that's why we're so active in pursuing these grants. And this is another number I'm very proud of, and a great deal of appreciation to my staff, our grant writer, our administrative personnel. Over the past 5 years, we brought in over $25 million in grants and allocations, and that's exceptional. And that's all, again, gone to service the needs that we've presented in our 10-year plan, again, taking the focus off using general fund money for a lot of the things that otherwise would be in our budget. So we're going to continue doing that. The funding's been put to good use. It's really armed us with the tools and the training necessary to combat crime at a high level and to perform our duties as safely as possible. So we've been very successful in our efforts, and we will continue to do all that we can. And that's it. Again, a brief presentation. I just wanted to bring you up to speed on what we've been doing, and this will conclude my presentation. I appreciate you and thank you for your time. And if you have any questions or comments, I'd love to hear them.
I do. Thank you, Sheriff Schuster. Appreciate the presentation. We'll start with Supervisor Lettman. Any questions?
I do. Congratulations on that new substation up in Littlefield. I know based on my couple of visits to the existing one up there, it is desperately well needed. What's the timeline on moving into that station, and does the $575,000 include improvements to the building?
Mr. Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Lettman, great question. Yes, the timeline should be roughly January. We're shooting for January, March 1st at the latest. It's kind of a unique situation. There's currently tenants in the building. So we can't inherit tenants in the sheriff's office building, but those leases are coming due while we transition to the purchase. So at the latest, March 1st, we will be in it. We still have roughly $200,000 left out of that original $9 million allocation for modifications that may or may not be needed. So we're sitting very well. Thank you.
Supervisor Gould, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, you didn't include any photos of the electronic billboard in front of the Fort Mojave substation.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, yeah, you're correct. We do have a fantastic billboard on Highway 95. There was a lot of photos that I wanted to include to show you some of the equipment, but things have been a bit hectic at the sheriff's office, so I kind of was rushed into putting the PowerPoint together. So I will say that has been very impactful. This billboard sits adjacent to Highway 95 on the easement. We were able to put a lot of public safety messages up. We advertise, open positions throughout the county. So yes, thank you for bringing that up. It's a great purchase, and we're happy to have it.
Also, the old Havasu substation was one of the first places that I stopped in when I was looking to relocate the Gould family out of California. And I was speaking to a deputy there, and I said, "What do you guys have for crime here?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, do they rob the banks here?" And he said, not normally because there's only 2 ways out of town.
Yeah, good point, Supervisor Gould. That substation, I started my career in 1989 working out of that substation, and it was old back then. So I'm not disappointed to see it go. We're happy with our new building, and if the county decides they want to demolish it, just sign me up for the first sledgehammer. I'd be happy to take a couple swings.
Maybe we could get a chain gang to tear that thing down.
Yeah.
There you go.
Supervisor Borelli, any comments? Nothing? Supervisor Martin?
Yes, Sheriff, I have one question. Oh, since I've been on the board, we've heard about, we had funded vacancies, and there was numbers from 6 to 7, I think, in the past. Do I understand now that we are at 100%, that there are no vacancies available as far as the patrol division?
Supervisor Martin, that is correct. In fact, I'll say that not only by the end of this month should we be at complete funded levels. Of course, we'll have several going through the new academy next year, or the police academy next year, but we're also at a point where we anticipate taking on a waiting list, which hasn't happened for countless years. And it's a direct result of the compensation. I truly believe that Mojave County Sheriff's Office is a tremendous agency. I'm proud to serve as its leader. But at the end of the day, we have to be competitive with salary. So in addressing that last year, and with the success we had through your vote as a board, we are now at a position where we've never been at before since I've been here. So it's just a matter of, are we done? No, I don't really want to get off topic, but we're going to need more staffing. But we couldn't be happier that the staffing is lined up the way it is, and having the increase in people testing and applying for the position has just been fantastic. So we're doing great.
Super. Thank you, Sheriff. That's always been a concern, I know, of yours, not having enough people out there. So with those additional vacancies filled, I think it's a win-win for everybody, especially for the public, because that means they got more patrol deputies out there to serve them. So congratulations on getting those positions filled, and we'll work with you in the future to make sure your staffing is good.
Thank you,
Sheriff,
Supervisor.
this is Chairman Lingenfelter. I want to say thanks and congratulations to you as well. From District 1, the thing that I hear most is public safety. District 1 is about 64% of our geography, and it's a lot of country to cover, all the way up to the Utah border and just a lot of remote areas. Sometimes you guys are the only line of defense for hundreds of miles. It's especially up on the Strip. So I want to say what you've done and what the Mojave County Deputies Association have all done together as a team, not only with salary, which you've been able to accomplish there, but with morale of the organization. I think it's incredible, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Items number 4 through 42. Supervisor Lettman, would you like to remove any items from consent this morning? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 12, 21, 25, and 27.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli. Supervisor Martin. And I will remove, let's see here, item number 28. I'm looking for a motion to approve consent as presented, minus items 12, 21, 25, 27, and 28.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll move to item number 12, approve and sign amendment number 4 to contract 22P-02 Carnival Operator Services with Brown's Amusements, Mesa, Arizona, extending the contract for the final additional 1-year period through March 20th of 2027, revising the scope of services to include the hours of operations for the county fair and the county spring carnival, with all other terms and conditions remaining the same. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted some information about this Mojave County Spring Carnival. I had never heard of the Mojave County Spring Carnival. I'm sure I'm mistaken, but...
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, members of the board, the Mojave County Spring Carnival is an event that takes place during the time period of April generally. It has overlapped with the Home and Garden Show that has been put on by another event organizer, but Mojave County Parks is moving in the direction of bringing the carnival, as we had done last year, or this year I should say, or this past April, in to make it a more of a Mojave County production. So we do bring Brown's Carnival in for the April event, as well as of course the Mojave.
So, Director Latoski, is it similar to the events that go on at the county fair in September?
Actually, Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, in the past, no, because it had more of a home and garden element, but we do anticipate, and I think it is staff's vision to try to bring some scope of whether it's just gardening, those types of events, maybe the non-livestock events, maybe bring them a little bit more visible into a spring carnival.
Interesting. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairman.
More to come. Thank you.
There's no other questions. Motion to approve.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 21. Approve and sign letters of engagement with CPA firm Walker and Armstrong on behalf of the Arizona Auditor General's Office to conduct Mojave County's required annual financial and compliance audits. Mojave County Housing Authority report as required for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Real Estate Assessment Center, and the Mojave County Landfill Assurance report for the year end June 30th of 2025. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious whether the HUD required audit is paid for out of grant funds or out of general funds. I'm sure that Director Mornian can answer that question.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisor Gould. Yes, that is correct. That is paid for it's not paid for with general fund money.
Thank you, sir. There's no further questions. Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. Item number 25, acknowledge receipt of a public petition pursuant to ARS 28-6701 and 28-6702 to establish an approximately 0.14 mile section of South Aztec Court between East Aztec Road and the end of South Aztec Court, a local cul-de-sac road serving 4 homes, as a county highway located in Fort Mojave area of Mojave County, and direct county staff to set a public hearing for January 5th, 2026, to consider the adoption or denial of the petition, further direct Public Works to prepare an engineer's report, and authorize staff to give notice to the public of the hearing pursuant to ARS 28-6702A3. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not believe that this meets the definition of a county highway, so I don't believe that we can use HUD money to pave this road. I'm sure that Director Latoski can fill us in on that.
Director Latoski, you want to come to the podium?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, Supervisor Gould, Public Works maintains the practice of any public petition that comes to our office. We are going to present it to the board, but that's why we have this 2-step process by which here we are coming to the board just to acknowledge the petition and refer back to staff, but in reality, this is a petition to consider a cul-de-sac road as a county highway, and I will attest that this petition would not meet any of the criteria established by the board for consideration to establish a county highway for purposes of the county to improve.
Director Latoski, there's a method that the taxpayers could pave that road?
Yes. Yes, they may petition, and we actually have a couple of other similar petitions. They may petition to bring that road in for county maintenance acceptance, where the burden to improve it would fall on those residents or property.
So they could get that road paved if they desired, and I believe their issue was flood control, and we're working on a flood control issue that it might alleviate part of the flooding in that area. I'm going to make a motion to deny.
For that motion, do I have a second? Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it and do have it so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 27, acknowledge receipt of and refer to Public Works a petition to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors requesting that South Nash Road from East Knox Drive to East Nancy Drive, located in the Yucca area, a distance of approximately 2 miles, be accepted into the Mojave County road system for tertiary maintenance subject to meeting all applicable requirements and subsequent board approval. Supervisor Gould.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is a client of both my wife and my daughter. I'm going to declare a conflict on this.
Thank you, sir. Director Letoski, if I could just bring you up to the podium really quick. This is much like the last item we heard on 25. Process matters. This is just a procedural thing. They're all referred to you. You bring them to us just to make us aware of them, to acknowledge those. Your staff goes and gives them the look and then comes back with a formal recommendation of approval or denial. Is that correct?
Chairman Lingenfelter, that is correct. And what's more important about the roadway maintenance petition, which this is, versus the other one, is with the board's acknowledgement, it enables the applicant to have a little bit more confidence if they invest their own money or property owners' monies into improving this road, that when we bring it back to the board for acceptance, that it's more or less favorable, that it would be accepted.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Any other discussion? I'll make a motion to approve this.
I'll second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Move to item number 28, approve reallocation of $1,500 in previously obligated unspent District 2 ARPA funds from the Davis Camp Dock and Boat Launch Project to the Gary Keith Civic Center Park Pavilion Project, increasing the total budget to $1.2 million approximately to purchase 24-inch diameter bronze or brass plaque of the Mojave County seal to display on the center stone pillar at the Gary Keith Civic Center Park in recognition of the county's appropriation of District 2 ARPA funds for pavilion and stage construction and further approved use of the Mojave County seal for said purpose. I pulled this simply because we had one individual in the public that wanted to sign up and speak on this. Mr. McClure, if you want to come on up, state your name and address for the record.
Scotty from Bullhead. I've always been against these stupid ARPA funds that our great-grandchildren are going to have to pay, not you or us or anybody in this audience that's over 5 years old. Why can't we just give $1,500 back to them? I thought we had to use this money. I suppose we've already got the plaque made, though, and it'll be put up tomorrow. Or I'm sure the city council will have a meeting at the park to put it up and pat themselves on the back. I'm so sick of this ARPA funds being spent at all anyway. But to put a county plaque up on a Bullhead City park is bull. You know what I want to say. What the heck are you guys doing using a county seal to display on the central stone pillar at the Gary Keith Civic Center at the pavilion and stage construction? It costs $900,000 to pave the parking lot. I have no idea. I don't think we've had one event there that has made a penny since it's been built. We've let a couple people have 20 people out in the audience because they're nonprofit. We don't charge nonprofits down there. They charging $1,000 a day down there at Gary Keith Park at the pavilion. Who in the hell is going to rent a place in Bullhead City for $1,000? But we got to have a plaque up. We got to have that up there. Now, send this $1,500 back. And any other ARPA funds that aren't used, send it back so our kids don't have to pay for it. I'm sick of ARPA funds.
That's the only speaker we had. I'd entertain a motion. Looking for a second? Any additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to our regular agenda. We've had one request from Supervisor Borelli that we move up item number 48. So we're going to move to item number 48. Discussion and possible action regarding approved Mojave County's position on Arizona rural groundwater policy, specifically regarding the Wallapai Valley Basin. Manager Elters, would you be able, or your staff able, to give just a Reader's Digest, just general overview on the conditions of the basin right now?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. I will do my best. This effort to monitor and understand and account for the conditions of the Wallapai Valley aquifer have been underway for well over 10 years. It started back in the 2012-2013 with the arrival of large commercial farms. And in the 2016-2017, concerns started to become evident related to the amount of water being pumped out of this valley. So Mojave County, City of Kingman, as well as USGS collaborated with joint funding and joint effort to develop a water model to enable us to have actual basic information that guide our activities and enable us to make informed decisions. With that at hand, and with the desire to have actual info to go into the model, we relied and placed monitoring wells in this aquifer, and the first water model run was conducted in 2021. It accounted for what was at that time estimated to be pumping, because we did not have actual data, and what may be forthcoming due to the amount of land that could be irrigated, as well as the natural recharge, and identified a deficit at that time between the recharge of the aquifer as well as the pumping that was taking place. We did so as a first step, and we established that as a baseline, understanding full well that we would stay with it and then repeat and run the model again with more information as it's reported. The second run took place in 2024, and it was reported to the board recently. The numbers as far as the actual pumping and the data that was included in the model was also based on the most recent relevant information that we obtained from ADWR, that's Arizona Department of Water Resources. We had reached out at that time, before we ran the model, to the farmers to ask for data. When we ran the model, we did not have that information. We completed the model, reported on the outcome, and the outcome showed a continued deficit, a sizable one. There was a lot of questions and comments related to the numbers and the assumptions that we had. But what we did use was conventional numbers based on USGS guidelines for irrigating plants and trees, and when they're young and when they're mature and so on. And at that time, we concluded that the deficit is sizable and that we can debate the numbers, the actual numbers, whether it's 30,000 acre feet, 40K, or 50. But the reality is, I think there is sizable evidence that there is deficit, and depending on what happens in the future and the number of irrigated acres and the type of a plant that is irrigated, that deficit could go up or come down. Since then, and we have from the beginning, as far as I can remember, since 2021, asked for numbers from the farmers. We had, when we ran the model in 2024, we did not have that data. However, since then, we have received numbers for calendar year 22, 23, and 24 from one of the farmers, with a commitment to provide additional numbers. And our commitment has been all along that we would rerun the model. At the end of the day, as I stated earlier, we have no agenda here, Chairman and board members, other than to understand what is taking place here and the health and soundness of this water basin, knowing that there are 3 sub-basins in it. So you asked me for a brief. This is about as brief as I could make it, and I hope this answers the question.
I'll turn my mic on. I appreciate that. I'd like to add to that this has been gone on. This has really been a partnership between Mojave County and the citizens of Kingman, and then also this Kingman Mayor and Council for many, many years. I first got involved with this as the Vice Mayor of Kingman, but it's been past and current City of Kingman councils and supervisors. There's been some water champions here for a lot of years. Supervisor Watson was the water champion. We had Regina Cobb, who was really the first. And you worked with Regina Cobb down at the legislature when you all dropped the first bills on this stuff back in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. I mean, it's been going on for a long time, and it's really been based on what the citizens here, the majority of citizens here are requiring or asking for, just like your constituents in Golden Valley are asking for certain things. Those that rely on the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin, majority of citizens, low-income seniors, veterans, they want water to be as affordable as possible for as long as possible, and we're trying to advocate for that. I want to thank Councilor Ward for the City Council's continued participation and cooperation. We've been very, very close and working in lockstep with the City of Kingman folks, also USGS. And what's really in front of us today, since we no longer have high ground, we let high ground go. I think that was a good idea, but we have to go into something as far as what our North Star is on advocacy during the legislature this next year. We also are hosting this year Senator Tim Dunn from Yuma. He's going to be here, I think, on the 19th. And we want to have something to hand to him as well that reflects not only, the citizens that are our citizens here, but also the folks that, City of Kingman, and we've really been working on this together. And this is really not something that I just created. It's going through all of the past versions of legislation, which you also helped to support when you were the senator. Cobb and Biasucci, they all ran bills that. All I did was take all of the bills that Legislative District 5, and then it turned to Legislative District 30 that ran those bills, and then took out a lot of the stuff that was in those bills. And this is just a amalgamation of the points that were in a lot of those bills. The first was mandated management plans with measurable goals. The rationale was management plans must contain enforceable metrics, such as local conservation targets, metering, local recharge objectives to be effective. This provides accountability and ensures that conservation progress is measurable rather than academic or theoretical. The public benefit would be citizens and businesses gain long-term predictability for water access, water planning, maintaining private property value, and investment decisions. Without measurable goals, future shortages could invite external state intervention. The second thing that has been in many of the bills that Mojave County has ran in the past mandated conservation across all sectors over a series of management periods. In speaking with City of Kingman folks and their municipal water system people, they believe that maybe over a series of management plans, 20 to 25% conservation across all sectors would be possible for the Wallapai Basin. The rationale would be equitable conservation ensures that large users bear proportional responsibility for groundwater reductions. Households and small producers should not shoulder the same burden as industrial scale operators. The public benefit, fairness across all user classes builds public trust, while mandated conservation extends the basin's usable life, protecting private businesses, homes, and public institutions like the hospital, community college, schools, and those dependent on domestic exempt wells. The third thing, mandatory metering and annual reporting for non-exempt wells. Non-exempt wells are those that are 35 gallons per minute or more. The rationale: you cannot manage what you don't measure. Data collection is the backbone of responsible water management and certainty in water planning long-term. Mandatory metering for non-exempt large capacity wells ensures accurate accounting of withdrawals and enables science-based public policy. Public benefit would be protects domestic and small business well owners from overdraft caused by high volume untracked users. Transparency empowers both ADWR and local stakeholders, including the county and the city of Kingman, to detect early warning signs to inform public policy decisions. The next thing that we would support is local governments. Local governments with 5-year residency and balanced representation. The rationale would be decision-making should be entrusted to local residents with long-term investment in the community in the area, not transient interests or outside entities. Balanced representation ensures that all sectors, municipal, domestic, agricultural, industrial, have a voice. The public benefit would be that it guards against governance capture by any single sector and builds public trust through community ownership of outcomes. The next thing that we would support is the prioritization of domestic and municipal supplies. The rationale for that: when supply becomes constrained, human consumption and public services must take precedence over ultra-high demand export agricultural use or industrial uses. The public benefit is that it ensures that multi-generational Kingman area families and small businesses have reliable access to groundwater for essential needs, preserving quality of life and public health. The next criteria: recharge and demand reduction tools. The rationale: recharge projects, efficiency incentives, and temporary fouling programs would provide flexibility and measurable impact. Recharge projects capture stormwater and treated effluent that would otherwise be lost. The public benefit is to help offset annual deficits and creates locally controlled conservation projects rather than punitive restrictions. The next thing that was a criteria: county-initiated authority. Counties should not be forced to wait for state designation or legislative action before initiating conservation measures. Local county initiation authority allows proactive leadership when water level declines are observed. Currently, the county or the city does not have any local tools to initiate anything as far as conservation. The public benefit empowers Mojave County and Kingman to act swiftly in their citizens' interests rather than reacting to crisis. Number 9, non-exempt well spacing and review requirements. In accordance with ARS 45-598, the rationale being rural groundwater basins are not actively managed and lack safeguards such as well spacing and impact analysis. High-capacity wells drilled in close proximity can cone out the water table and negatively impact shallower, smaller domestic exempt wells. Non-exempt well spacing and review requirements within the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin helps to ensure that groundwater withdrawals are distributed spatially, allowing the aquifer to equilibrate and sustain longer-term yield. This policy would introduce a clear, data-driven standard that balances private property rights with the shared public interest in maintaining sustainable groundwater conditions. The public benefit: safeguarding rural homeowners within the Wallapai Valley Basin against domestic exempt well failures and sudden loss of water supply. Those criteria that we have been on record in the past with opposing: certified or transferable groundwater rights. The risk: transferable rights create permanent water monopolies, commoditizing or commodifying water as an asset rather than a shared public resource. Speculation would inflate prices and consolidate control In a few hands, those that came last in the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin would hold a majority of certificated water rights in a closed basin. This would have the effect of creating a groundwater monopoly in this basin. They would be the sole determiner of whether or not future groundwater is available for lease or sale. They would control all terms of any lease or sale of groundwater, and they would control the price per acre foot of any lease or sale of groundwater. The impact, this would destroy equal access for small private businesses, for small growers, for homeowners, and education, healthcare, and public services. Permanently shifts control of our local water in the Wallapai Basin to corporate or external entities. That's something that we have opposed. The next thing we would oppose is purely voluntary plans. The risk being voluntary frameworks have no enforcement mechanism, leading to inconsistent compliance and continued severe and growing overdraft. The impact would be punishes responsible users for rewarding or while rewarding excessive pumping, erodes public trust, and accelerates basin decline. The third thing we'd be against is governance capture by single sector. So if agricultural, industrial, or municipal sectors dominate governance, we're talking about a local board that would be appointed to approve management plans and goals. Then the policy would become self-serving rather than balanced. Unbalanced governance undermines the legitimacy of management efforts and alienates other water users. So we definitely want balanced and local control over the water governance. Delays in enforcement, so delaying metering, reporting, or plan enforcement until crisis conditions allows irreversible depletion. It impacts, threatens household wells, increases drilling, electricity, and treatment costs, enforces emergency measures, or severe regulation later at far higher cost. So that's kind of the overview. We can debate each one of those and discuss those. We have a number of people that have signed up to speak on these. We'll go through those first, and we'll get into some discussion. So Kathy Joy, you want to come up, speak your name and address into the record, please? Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that I do support this. That's all.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Esposito. Wayne Hollins, you're on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, 3211 East Snavely, Kingman. I think everybody knows that I support protecting groundwater. What I don't support is maybe stepping outside of your lane and getting into jurisdiction that could possibly get us into a lawsuit. I don't know. I think we need some legal direction on that. I'm not sure the county's place in the form of government that we have is setting water policy. I don't know if that's the state's place to set water policy. What I do know is that a lot of things have not been taken into consideration with the Wallapai Aquifer. Since, we talk about all the studies and the modeling, and of course we know garbage in, garbage out. You'll get whatever result you want depending on what kind of data you put into these things. What concerned me was the fact that I was the only newspaper anywhere who discussed the fact that the injection well that Kingman drilled, that Chairman Lingenfelter told me cost over $1 million, was dumping millions and millions and millions of gallons of treated wastewater effluent onto the desert. And then finally released a press release saying, oh, that's because we couldn't use the injection well because the water's contaminated with forever chemicals, PFAS. It's on my website, MojAveFreePress.com. You can find it. There's a search bar. But the Kingman area is building and building and building, angle homes going up everywhere. We're adding a lot of people onto the aquifer. And I'm not sure how well that has been taken into consideration with the data that we have. Did the data that we have take into consideration that water was going to be injected back in when in fact it wasn't? And it's not. I mean, I was driving by every month and checking on it. It's finally, the valve is shut off a couple months ago, and it's not being dumped into the desert where the free-range cattle were drinking it. And God only knows, I don't think anybody's tested that land. But I think that maybe we need to, really look at all of the variables. if you're going to go after the farmers, and of course they haven't been farming much because alfalfa didn't turn out too good. And, I talked to some of these guys and they said, well, gee, we're not having much luck with anything. That's why they wanted to turn it into an alternative energy nightmare to recoup their money. But I'm not really sure if they're the problem or if all these housing developments are the problem. But maybe you guys should find out, and maybe you should make sure that whatever policy you guys decide to affirm or go forward with is actually not going to get us into a lawsuit. I don't know. Just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Wayne Hollins. Angel Lund, you're on deck.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. Seems like for years, and you've probably heard this before from me, we've been waiting for years and years and years on this big, beautiful bill to regulate our water and make water all of a sudden appear into the ground. We're still waiting. Now, we want to regulate the pumping of the water, but again, if they're going to pump out hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water, what's the regulation for them to put the water back into the ground by recharging the aquifer? They keep pumping and pumping, and we ain't requiring them to recharge, and we're already at a deficit supposedly. Where's the water going to be? It's going to get deeper and deeper. Again, the chemicals. I don't think anybody in Mojave County is practicing regenerative agriculture to any degree, so all those orchards and stuff using the chemicals to make the stuff grow and keep the bugs off and all this kind of stuff gonna get into the groundwater, and again, we're gonna have polluted groundwater squirting back on there to go with polluted food. We're short, even if we're short 50,000 acre feet of recharge a year, based on the county's figures of 5 inches of rain, the area that Wallapai Basin covers would generate 485,000 acre feet of water a year. But we really don't have a water problem, I don't see. We have a problem with getting it into the ground. And the county's got, I know they got plans to put recharge wells and detention dams and wells and injection wells and dry wells and all kind of wells to get the stuff back in the ground down around Kingman. It normally recharges up in the Red Lakes area naturally, so the water's running all the way, when it rains, all the way down from that area down through Kingman, and we're doing nothing to slow the water down so it can go into the ground. Whether it goes into the aquifer or not is really doesn't matter. If it goes in there, it goes in there, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, but at least it's slowed down and can go into the ground where it's at. And we're spending a lot of money putting those recharge basins in around Kingman that's only going to put 1,300 acre feet into the ground for millions of dollars. Rocks are pretty free if you go up and pick up the ones that are out there and put in the small drainage and slow down the water and recharge it right where it's at. Don't get me wrong, the projects are good that we're doing, but thank you.
Thank you. Representative John Gillette. Angela Lund, you're on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Glad to see you today. I'm going to keep this as non-adversarial as possible, but I do want to correct a couple statements that was made during Mr. Elter's testimony and your own, Mr. Chair, that the 50,000 acre foot overdraft crisis that you've documented is suspect. We don't know if that's true or where that number actually is. But with that, you want to establish a quasi-AMA managed by the county with a board of individuals that you say would be appointed. Now, in your testimony, which wasn't documented in the paperwork, you said that they would have a financial interest. So who would these members of this unelected body be that control the water? That's an issue that that's an issue that we're creating more government. to manage another program that may or may not be necessary. I don't want to debate the numbers because we are at odds with the numbers, and I think all agree that we need better data to find out if we are in fact at a huge deficit or we're equal to the Sacramento Basin. Now, this was based on Mr. Elders, our last conversation, and Mr. Chair, our last conversation. This was based on the number of acreage owned by the farms and the ability that they would irrigate that entire acreage. Now, we've made that argument numerous times, and you're going to hear from farmers and other scientific people that some of that acreage is not tillable. It doesn't support growth. When you have arsenic, lead in the soil, and you get rain, what happens when you mix the arsenic and lead? That water catalyst with the dirt creates an acid. That's why nothing grows there. That's why nothing is growing on that one side of Stockton Hill Road out there. Nothing grows, not even desert scrub. So we know that's never going to be tillable, but yet we're adding it into the numbers. Now, where I'm concerned is I read this at the late date of yesterday, and you did go through the bills very well, Mr. Chair. But unfortunately, you took out most of the governor's and the Democrat Party's agenda items for the bills. Some of these things that are in these bills are never intended to be voted on. They're an arguing point, such as the board that we recommended. We wanted, and I proposed, and I spoke to you about a 4-panel board. So if there is a tie, the tiebreaker would be the Superior Court judge. So we would at least have a legal opinion based on some scientific fact to make that ruling. That's not an appointed person. That is the Superior Court judge. Regardless of who it is in that county, that would be the arbiter of fact. So creating this is probably outside of ARS 45412, and that would jeopardize Kingman's 100-year water certificate, because you can't say that you have a water crisis in the basin and the sub-basin, but at the same time, ADWR says you don't qualify for an AMA, therefore we grant you a 100-year water certificate. Now, the private metering of wells, that is in all the bills that you looked at. That is Senator Sundaration and Representative Mathis and the governor. Every bill they sponsored had the forced management and reading of wells. No one in the Republican Party supports that. No one in our caucus supports that, and there are several on the Democrat side that don't support that, because with forced metering becomes a tax. You can tax that meter, and if you can tax it, you can regulate it. So now we're in the water regulation business as a county. It goes back to what our original argument was. We need standardized testing on every single well, and if we have to punch a few more wells in certain areas of the basin to get that number, that static number with standardized equipment, and have the scientists come out and take a look and pull the NASA study. I think I'm not allowed to ask questions, but do you have the latest NASA study, the GPR SR21 study from the NASA satellite? It shows the amount of groundwater. It shows what's in the basin at what depth. It's very costly. I don't have a copy of it, but I'm trying to get that through the state government. I'll close with this.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I applaud efforts to do something out there, but this is not the right thing. Taking the governor's bill and paring it down to just a few hit and miss items like the 20 to 25% determination. Those people bought that land. They spent a lot of money on infrastructure. A lot of capital went into that infrastructure. Now you're going to regulate them at 20 to 25%. That seems arbitrary when we don't know what the actual deficit is. So I would oppose this and continue to work on it. Yes, it's been a long time. I've been in the legislature 4 years. I started studying this in depth 5 years ago. My report and Mr. Elter's report were very similar. And we didn't have any contact with each other on this report. So what I drafted and what Mr. Elter's drafted was very similar based on the numbers at hand. And we all agreed that the numbers at hand are not correct because we don't have the right answers. It's an estimate, it's an average, and it's an assumption fed into the USGS model. So until we have better numbers, I would caution to step into ADWR's role because we may lose the 100-year designation for the city of Kingman. And then what happens to the homes? Now we don't have a 100-year assured water supply in the city of Kingman. We're already struggling in growth in certain areas, and that would kill any further business growth and housing growth. So I would urge caution with this, and I would urge a no vote at this time and keep working on it. And I stand for your question.
Questions? Supervisor Borelli, looks like you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Gillette, the governor's plan, I mean, they wanted to establish a board, and of course, the board for us on their plan, the one we were working on, we had a quasi board on that. The governor's plan was they were going to do the appointments. Of course, one recommendation from the president, one recommendation from the speaker, but the governor would be doing the appointments. And of course, we shot that down bigger than anything else. But would you agree that we don't need the state stepping in and encroaching their authority onto us? That we should have some local control?
Almost said Senator. Supervisor Borelli. I agree 100%. That's my concern with this act here. If we install a quasi-AMA or something that looks like an AMA on top of the already existing IMA, ADWR could simply look at 42.412 and say, the county doesn't have this authority, so we are going to force an AMA on you. And if they do that, then the 100-year water assured water supply for the city of Kingman would no longer be valid, because now we are, according to ADWR, in a crisis. And if we're in a crisis, we lose that designation. You are correct, and the appointed board by the governor was a non-starter from the beginning. That's why when I spoke with the chairman, I spoke with Mr. Elters and folks at the city, if there were to be a board appointed, it would have to come from, obviously the county board would make those appointments, but we would want a member of the board, we would want a member of the city council or the mayor or some representative of the city. We would want somebody that actually, or a few people that live in the basin, and we'd want some scientific backbone on that board, and to have any tie-breaking decision of that board be made by a judge that could review the scientific fact, review the political fact, and review the law. Because if I remember correctly, the head of the board and 4 seats were appointed by the governor, and the other 2 seats were appointed by the county. So in essence, the governor would control everything that happens. So I applaud the effort of the county wanting to do something to circumvent the governor's overtaking, which we know that is her plan. You have read it, I have read it, but I don't think this is the right avenue at this time.
And, Mr. Chair.
Sure, please.
And to that point, it's not just this governor. It's about future governors too. Correct?
To be fair, Supervisor Borelli, to be fair, every governor has a stake in Mojave County water, because you saw the documentation on the Sacramento Basin. You have the Wallapai Basin, the other basin to the north. That's all very appealing to other governors, because Yavapai County is in a locked basin without any other water. EPCOR, the CAP, they all want to move water to the congested area. That is an issue. Now, what we are working on now that has been very quiet, I've got authorization to speak about it. The city of Buckeye and surrounding area have a large amount of water underground. NASA says it's on par with half of a Lake Mead is sitting underneath the city of Phoenix, but it's brackish water. And your generation funded a couple $1 million. We threw a couple $1 million at the study of this brackish water, and it didn't get studied. No, we just can't use it. We're not going to spend the money. So that money still sits at WIFA. The money that you appropriated, the money that we appropriated, is still sitting at WIFA, doing nothing. So we spoke with the WIFA director last Thursday, and in order to find a way forward, there is a way forward with our brackish water, with our PFAS and our recharge wells, and that's something that this came up out of the blue. I was supposed to be in Houston today. This came up. I changed my trip, but this is something that I want to present to the board and Chairman Lingenfelter. There is a way to clean the PFAS. There is a way to clean the water that's available and put it right back into the ground. It's electrocoagulation plasma field that separates at the molecular level any bad things in the water. And the reason I was going to approach you is because of the mine that's going to be open in the Sacramento Basin. I firmly believe that reclamation and remediation needs to occur of the water and the tailings at the same time, because it can be done. We're doing it in Texas, Louisiana, North Carolina, several states. We're doing this at the same time. So as soon as they pull that water or use that water and that water is dirty, it can be cleaned at about 200 barrels an hour. It can be cleaned to the point where it's potable. And it separates all the bad chemicals, all the bad things out of it. And the dirt from the ground that also contains water, the sludge, that can be reclaimed at the same time. And that can be put back into the ground, trying to beat that deficit that the mine will create. So I think these are the things we need to be looking into instead of encroaching on the state's water authority, because I think, again, my final point, once we do that, if ADWR steps in and says, hey, you're out of your authority here, but we like your plan because this was the governor's intent anyway, so we'll just make it an AMA for you. And then we're done.
If I could step in really quick, just as we go along, I want to make sure that you're not interjecting things that are not in this document. This is just some policy points that we're advocating, trying to go and support at the legislature, because we have really no tools right now. And the things that aren't in this are the things that Mojave County does not support. On the local governments with 5-year residency, I'll read that again. It says decision-making should be entrusted to local residents with long-term investment in the community, not transient interests or outside entities. So that we're on the same page there. Yeah. And it's been in bill. I mean, most of these things we're talking about, these different factors, have been in bills that Mojave County actually introduced. That's where the concepts came from. It's not like something that we're taking from Phoenix. They were in bills that Representative Cobb introduced. This is not a new concept. To make sure that we guard against governance capture by any single sector. I mean, in some of the bills we've seen, they wanted to give, on a 5-member seat, they wanted to give like maybe 4 seats to corporate agriculture. And that's just not going to fly in our basin. Maybe that would fly in Yuma, or maybe that would fly in Cochise. But that's not reflective of Mojave County's economy. We're manufacturing, transportation, logistics, warehousing, aviation, tourism, healthcare services. And only recently have we seen this corporate agriculture come in, and now they use the majority of the water. But nothing in here says that we wanted anybody appointed by the governor. Nothing in here says that we would want anybody that's not a local with long-term investment, and that just means you've been here a while. The other thing, I mean, as far as how many panel members is that we would recommend, I think that's up for discussion and finalization. The other thing, the deficit in question, I think whenever you do modeling, there's never going to be 100%. Modeling is not 100% science. I mean, it's not absolutely definite. And what Mojave County, I think, has tried to do is work with USGS, ADWR, City of Kingman with their data, because all of their wells, and I mean, you have so many people that are on the municipal system, on our index wells. We've done the best that we possibly can. I'm glad to hear that we have some agricultural data. They haven't trusted the data that the county has come out with. They've asked for what our methodology is and some of these things, and we've tried to be very transparent in explaining that to them. If they've given us data, I would expect the same level of them explaining their methodology to us. And how do you get to this amount of acre foot per acre? Help us explain. That's a two-way street. Everybody has to understand the methodology of how we got to the data. And we're going to continue that. But we're not going in and saying this is what Mojave County doesn't have the authority to enact anything right now. These are just policy points that we're going down and saying, here's what we would like to see if there's some sort of a third option, because we all know that an AMA is not something that we want in rural. That's why rural Arizona was not included in the 1980 Groundwater Management Act, because we didn't want that. We didn't want to send all of our water control down to Phoenix. So these are obviously works in progress. We go into something at the beginning of the session, and hopefully you come out at the end of the session with something that works for everybody. Go ahead.
To that point, I wasn't trying to be adversarial on this. I was pretty much trying to articulate the policy, when you have good policy, you're pushing a rock. But when you're trying to put politics before policy, you're pushing that rock up a hill. And Representative Gillette, I'm sure you heard me brief when I was the whip and the majority leader on new legislators that came in. I'd say, look, you have to maneuver through the minefield and the viper pit. And moving through the minefield is one thing, but there's that viper pit that we look out for, we have to worry about. And thank God we have a good relationship with our delegation in Phoenix from District 30, because we have that communication back and forth, and easy access. And we also kept running into making sure that we were not going to push the envelope on a Prop 207 where we could ultimately, get sued, and somebody's going to get sued because they've created a law. I mean, the governor's people I kept pushing back on some of that type of issue, because then you start affecting somebody else's property rights and property values. So there is that very fine line, and I understand. I believe your intent here is to kind of like give some guidance for Representative Gillette and our legislature representatives to work with something to help us out. Obviously, he has skin in the game. He lives here. He manja in Mojave County. So I wasn't trying to be adversarial here. There's that very fine balance what we have to handle.
Absolutely, and not trying to be adversarial at all, just trying to get points across. My own family has been in the Kingman area since the 60s. My grandfather was the 4th doctor in Mojave County and was very, very active in the community, so I understand the local portion, and I appreciate all of that. I think the most immediate threat right now for Mojave County on water is not this. It's you need to look at Mojave Valley MVIDD. Their attorney recently went to a state meeting and said that they were willing to sell Colorado River water down to central Arizona. So that's a threat.
Mr. Chair,
that's something that you have taxation without representation.
You have made a point. We finally agree upon an item. So
we
I
agree on
greatly appreciate that.
much more than that, my friend.
Yes. That we will try to block. I know it's not on this agenda. That is a terrible policy for every river city, and it will end Mojave County, and we will do everything we can to stop that. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you, sir. Angel Lund. Angel Lund. Stephen Robinson, or Stephen Robbins. Jeff Duarte, you're on deck.
Chairman, Supervisors, I began studying the water issue in Mojave County when I first moved here 16 years ago. I couldn't believe all the undeveloped land. My assumption was there was no water. However, shortly after I moved here, we had 2 major USGS reports. The first one had 1 estimates for the 3 major sub-basins, 15 million acre feet for Hualapai, 16 million acre feet for Sacramento Valley, and 4.5 million acre feet for detrital. The 2013 report jumped up the detrital by 76% from 4.5 to 7.9. It increased the Sacramento Valley from 16 million to 28.4 million. However, due to politics and people that want no growth, even though the geology of the 3 basins are virtually identical, the Hualapai Valley estimate went from 15 million to 11.4 million, a drop of 24%. If there had been, maybe, I don't know, we always know politics enters into any decision. Look at electioneering by government. We can't trust government. We can't trust government when there's an agenda behind it. So I suggest that we really wait for another good estimate of the water in Hualapai Valley. And I oppose putting an artificial program, or that this one would oppose. I think, like Representative Gillette says, we need to have a more rational approach. The more control we have, the more difficult it is to handle the consequences of that control. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Duarte. Kathy Tackett Hicks on deck.
Well, thank you. Chairman Lingenfelter and board. I'm Jeff Duarte. I'm the CEO for Peacock Nut Company here in Kingman. I'm going to preface what I'm about to say with, we do not have a water problem in this area.
Did you state your name and address for the record? Did you state your address as well?
My address, my personal address?
Whatever you had on their form, please.
1302 Magnolia Avenue, in Modesto, California.
Thank you.
We don't have a water problem here. We've got more water than we know what to do with in this valley. We're looking at the top 1,200 feet. Will it or won't it sustain 100 years? We've got 14,000 feet below that. We don't have an issue today. We won't have an issue in 100 years. We won't have an issue in 200 years. This will not sneak up on us. We will not turn into a dust bowl. Okay. I stood here in 2022 when we were looking at the INA. I gave over a signed affidavit of my water use. It was ignored. The INA passed. I now wake up to an article earlier this year, the Kingman Daily Miner, saying that my company is the second largest water user in the basin, and my neighboring farm is the first largest water user in the basin. They had recorded him as using 10,000 acre-feet of water in 2024. He used 1,700 acre-feet. I was said to have used 9,000 acre-feet. I used 3,000 acre-feet. I called the reporter. I said, hey, there's a mistake here. He came out the next day, sat down with me, talked about farming, talked about the ADWR, the reporting process, talked about pistachio-centered tourism, talked about a lot of things. Walked around the farm, showed him our flow meters, the actual data point, our flow meter. This is the acre foot we're pumping here. Showed him the drip irrigation, showed him the software packages that we use to control irrigation. Showed him subsurface irrigation, always looking to save more water. Showed him the county's largest recharge pit on our farm. He wrote a follow-up article, straightened out the information. Point is, we've got bad information. We've had bad information for 4 years. Why is it still bad? Why are the farmers not being heard? Why are they not being called? Why are they not being spoken to get this stuff right? Now we're pushing another piece of legislation through to the state using the same bad information. Why are we making such big decisions with terrible information? Bad information leads to bad policy, bad governance. You may like ag, you may not like ag, you may prefer homes or commercial or whatever. I don't know. But me and my guys brought in $100 million into this valley and invested it. And it's going to turn into increased property values. It's going to come back to you guys in the form of property tax. We heard from the sheriff earlier. He's spending money. He needs to keep the place safe. Fire needs money. We need sidewalks in half of the city. We need schools. We need water infrastructure. We need industry to drive that. We need industry to drive the economics of this area. And you guys have got a lot of opportunity in front of you with ag, with residential and commercial development. You've got a lot of decisions to make. I implore you to use good data in making those decisions. And I would be more than happy, Mr. Elters, Mr. Holtry, you've contacted us to get the water information. More than happy to pursue that with you guys. Looking forward to that. I think it needs to be long meetings, not 3 minutes at a time here. And recharge pits. I know I'm out of time here. I apologize. Recharge pits. Let's get that water before it hits the salt dome. Let's get it coming out across the valley. They're in washes. Get cofferdams in the washes, recharge pits in the gravelly areas. Let's turn that 10,000 recharge into 20 or 30,000 foot recharge. We want to be part of the solution here, guys. We're happy to be here. But 3 things Kingman has: great people, beautiful skies, and a lot of water. Thank you.
Mr. Duarte, I have a question for you before you leave. You mentioned that for 4 years we've been going off of bad data. And I want to say thank you for publicly declaring you want to be a part of a solution here in the Wallapai Basin. That's great. I know for a fact that Nick Hunt, when he was with the county, tried to reach out to all the farms. Tim Walsh, when he was still with Mojave County, tried to reach out to the farms. Are you saying that those 2 individuals or nobody else from the county reached out to your farm?
When this article came out, Chairman...
You've been here for how many years?
Sorry?
You mentioned 4 years, but you've been there for more than 4 years.
I've been there for more than 4 years,
Yes, sir.
but the INA was in 22.
Yes.
We're in 20. So when the INA was being looked at, we gave a signed affidavit. This is our water usage because we were being overstated at that time too. It was ignored. I don't know what else to do. I sat here when the ADWR was here. We had the hearing. I invited them all out to the farm. I wanted to show you guys what we're doing out there. We're being put in a terrible light in the public eye. I don't like that. It's not right and it's reckless. It's damaging my company. It's unnecessary. We're very responsible users of water, and we have just as much interest in preserving water in this valley as anybody else. You know, we spend a lot of money to that end. It's just smart for us business-wise, but it's also responsible. You know, somebody mentioned sustainable farming. We want to be part of that. Reducing chemicals, all that stuff. Your question was, were we contacted? When this article came out, I called around everybody. I said, was anybody contacted about this information? Nobody was contacted. Nobody was contacted.
Well, this board has been told that Nick Hunt, Tim Walsh, and others had tried to reach out to all the farms. And I assumed that your farm, Peacock Nuts, being one of the largest, was also contacted. And we just didn't, we were told didn't receive any data. So
I was
there's
told,
a miscommunication.
Okay, so I was told that, let's see, I forget who wrote it, but that they didn't know who to contact at my farm. So they went to the ADWR for the best information or whatever they did. And then there's not really a reporting process in place there either. The right numbers haven't been assigned yet. We still report it, but that the answer was they didn't know who to contact or how to contact anybody at my farm. So I went online and I Googled my farm and my number came up. So it doesn't take a lot to get a hold of these farms. And we're all willing to share. We're happy to share. What we really want to do is show you our farm. I mean, that would be great. But anyway, we got to get this thing addressed as a community. We know we're a big part of it. We know we're going to be big water users. But I'll go back to we just saw the Sacramento information that's adjacent to the Kingman Basin. We've got water, fellas. We've got water. Now we have to be responsible with it. It's precious, but it is abundant here. Arizona has water issues. Wallapai Valley does not. And it won't for hundreds of years. I don't think I'm out of line saying that, but you look at the USGS reports, the biggest basin is 14,000 feet deep. We're talking about the top 1,200 feet. Anything else?
I have a question.
Just one more question. I understand your perspective. I love that you want to be a part of the solution. Very thankful for that. Being elected representatives and representing everybody that lives in this valley, one of the main concerns, as I stated in my comments, was, really our North Star is to try to keep water as affordable and available for as long as possible. I mean, we have over 65,000 people that are on the city's municipal system. We have over 90 industries in the industrial park, and they're trying to expand as well. The things that we've been told by the folks that run those water systems is that I don't recall how deep the wells are in the municipal well field, but it's in the southerly part of the basin. And the data that we've had, you can dispute the data, and we can continue to work on the data. But the southerly part of the basin is the part that looks like it's going to go down fastest. And so, my point is, from the city and county's perspective, we're trying to make sure that water doesn't get incredibly expensive, because if the city has to go in, 30, 40 years, 50 years, it's not going to affect me or you. It's going to affect our kids. It's going to affect my grandkids that live in this basin. If they have to go build new wells, right, in today's dollars, it's $3 million a well for a municipal well, I think is what we've been told. And if they have to go deeper and they have to give treatment equipment to treat brackish water, or the things that Representative Gillette were talking about, increased electricity to pump all that water out to provide the municipal customers and small businesses. All of those costs are borne by the citizens of that system. So it comes to us and we have to pay for that in our water bills. And so we've seen what happens with UNS electricity rates, where people can't afford their electricity. What does the city do if it gets to the point where they have to start drilling a bunch of new wells at $3 million a pop, and new treatment equipment and a bunch of more electricity to pump up and to provide that to the customers? What does that do to water bills? And that's really the long-term problem. So you may not have a water problem, and there might be a lot of water in the ground, but that's really, from our perspective, being elected representatives, in the long game, what we're trying to protect. We're trying to protect everybody's water bills from becoming some of the most expensive water bills in the whole state.
I respectfully, you're right. I mean, I think that property tax revenues work towards that end.
But the city doesn't have property tax. Only the county does.
Well,
and that's distributed throughout the whole county. So
what do they? They've got the. I'm gonna screw it up. HTP tax or.
They have local sales tax.
Okay. Well, let's all participate in that so that we have money to work with. We need water. We'll need it. That's the nature of groundwater. I mean, it's gonna fluctuate. But when we start talking about deficits, you have to look at, like we did with the Sacramento presentation here. What's the volume that we're talking about? We're talking about drop 2-3 feet. Oh, let's make a big policy. No, let's not make a big policy. We have water. Take a thimble full out of your swimming pool, you can still swim. I mean, we've got water. We have to contextualize it like Mr. Holtree did with the Sacramento Basin. This is what's down there. This is the quality of it. This is what the top of it looked like. This is the drop. This is the recharge. You've got to put it in context. And you've got to put this industry in economic context.
Well, I think that we are. We know that USGS says at Long Mountain there's a rock ridge under the ground that it's inevitable within 40 years that the basin is going to split into two separate basins. That's irrefutable. The scientists
it's not irrefutable.
Well, the scientists are telling us that it's going to happen. So if you have scientists that say that's not going to happen, I'd like to talk to them.
I have scientists that says it might. It depends on the fractures and fissures underneath there if that water will transfer back and forth between the basin. I asked that. We were looked at that. We were concerned about that too. I asked that to the water guy, and he said, "Well, we don't know. We have to see if it transmits back."
Sure. Any other questions? Supervisor Letman, and then I'll get to you.
So we've been kind of dancing around what I think is the big issue. So, and by the way, thank you for coming over to talk to us, and I certainly appreciate the investment you've made in the community. What exactly are you afraid of if this item passes? I mean, let's just get to what the big issue is. What are you afraid is going to happen?
I think there's a not so subtle. I think there's a not so subtle attitude that's negative towards agriculture in this county. I don't know if it's a small contingent or a large one, but I feel it. I felt it for a while here because we haven't been heard, we haven't been visited, we haven't been talked to, we've been misrepresented this whole time. So what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of a council of 5 people who I don't know who they are, or who picks them, or who they answer to, or who they really answer. Telling ADWR that, hey, we have a little deficit of 3 feet, shut down the ag water, 1% a year.
Okay, so you're afraid that we're going to overregulate you.
I'm afraid of this whole process at this point, Mr. Letman. It doesn't seem transparent. I don't feel that the farmers have been given justifiable due diligence in all of this. And I'm willing to start fresh and do that. I don't want to come here and be that guy. These are my concerns. Thank you for asking. And this type of stuff moving at this rate with the information it's based on is very scary for me. But yeah, overregulation is a concern for sure.
Okay. And you might lose some of your water or your availability of water over the long term. So that's obviously a concern you have. One follow-up question: Do you think the needs of the municipal needs for people and homes should have priority over agriculture?
Should people be able to drink water before trees get watered? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let me just repeat what it says in their checklist, and I'm not saying that I agree with the checklist. Priority of use: drinking water and municipal needs first.
I'll put a human before a tree. I don't want to set precedent for myself because I think we can give my position, and I'll restate it, is that we have enough water to build houses, to run the municipality, and to farm. This is a very unique part of the state. The rest of the state, a lot of Gila Bend and Wilcox, they do have subsidence issues. They've got real water concern. We were lumped into that basin management legislation. I mean, we didn't belong in that legislation. We don't have subsidence. We've got abundant water here. It's precious, but it's abundant. It's up to you, smart guys, to decide how to use it to build this city responsibly. I'm just telling you, I'm here to participate in that.
Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I can empathize where you're coming from on the way you're thinking, especially with the California Central Valley that created a government-induced dust bowl over a minnow.
Yeah.
You had mentioned the newspaper. Mark Twain said, if you don't read the newspaper, you're uninformed. If you read it, you're misinformed. Would you say that it's truer today than it did 100 years ago?
I think there's some very good ones out there. And honestly, the miner, Michael Zog, came out. I'm happy he ran a follow-up. I'm really happy. For what it's worth, I think that was the right thing to do. California, I do draw parallels. And I love Arizona. I love doing business in Arizona because it's not California. I get into Arizona, I just take a breath of fresh air. We've got the Sierra Nevadas on one side of our valley. We got the Pacific Ocean, largest ocean in the world, on the other side, and we're in a drought, a perpetual drought. The snow melts. We won't build any reservoirs. It runs out into the ocean. We have to watch our water. We have to not build dams. Give enough water for the fish to flow through the creek. I mean, the delta smelt. Meanwhile, we've got the west side of I-5. We've got just dried up orchards that could be productive, feeding the world. We've got the water. We don't have the politics to let us use the water. I implore Arizona, don't go down that road. You guys have got a beautiful setup here. This valley. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time. This valley is going to make the best pistachios in the world. You got us, you got California, you got Iran. And we got the chill here, we've got the water here, we've got the high desert here. This is make the best quality pistachios in the world.
Supervisor Brelli.
I beg to differ. Sicily has great pistachios. So.
I'm going to have to go check that out.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, let's talk about your recharge pit for a minute.
Yeah.
I believe that entire valley has a layer of caliche under it that prevents water from recharging the groundwater unless you punch that caliche, or you find a place where there's a fissure. Is that correct?
That could be. I mean, we've drilled wells out there, and we hit hard pan here and there and go through, but it hasn't been a huge issue. Now for recharge, I don't know what we're recharging. It's a big old quarry. And it's really loose gravel, and the water just goes right in. So we're trying to channel some of the water and get in there.
Is your pit deeper than 6 foot deep?
Is it deeper than 6 feet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Because generally that layer of caliche is within 6 feet of the surface.
Oh no. It's 50 feet deep. I mean,
it's generally why the soil water most of the water, the rainfall that falls in Arizona evaporates because it never gets an opportunity to get down into the ground.
I think what we have going for us are these washes. We've got these rivers. Rain hits the mountains, goes out the salt dome. We got to get it before it gets there and keep it clean and put it in the ground. Anywhere around Long Mountain, but just find. I don't know what the EPA is going to say about how we go about this, but if we can put cofferdams in those washes to where it stops washing and traps the water and just soaks in through that gravel, or do like what the city's doing, just punch the wells and maybe give it like a little offshoot of some sort of a collection pond, and let it just.
Sure. I know our water recharge project, I believe, was $18 million to put 18 acre feet of water in the ground, which is pretty expensive water. But it's always struck me as odd, since I'm one of the members that's been here for a while, when we had the hearing to whether the county was going to ask for an INA of ADWR, there's maybe 4 or 6 farmers that were here to testify, and not a whole lot of people in general. But when ADWR had their hearing on the irrigation non-expansion area, the place was packed. And I wish that the people that came to testify at that would have come to testify when we were having our hearing, because I got a broader spectrum of opinions. With many counselors, there's knowledge. I'd rather have more input than less input on things. And it just always struck me as odd that it was almost as if nobody gave a damn what we thought. But when the state was actually going to do it, then people showed up.
The farming community, has to do better at becoming notified of what's happening when. As far as staying involved here with ADWR, just we got to figure that out, because there are people that want to be heard, and we just need to make sure that they know when and where to be and how to do it.
Earlier in your testimony, you said something about the smart guys up here are the ones that are going to determine how this gets done. We might think that we're smart, but that's not really the point. The point is we have no control over the situation. As a Board of Supervisors, we don't have any more control than you do or anybody sitting in these seats. The legislature has and the governor have control of the situation. I, for one, am not interested in turning the water over to an unelected board, whether they're appointed by us or whether they're appointed by the governor and the legislature. If the board already sits here, we're already elected to deal with things inside of our county. If they want to give the authority to do something, they ought to give it to the locally elected people. You can throw me out of office and elect somebody else if you don't like what I do. You have a hard time throwing out an unelected bureaucrat.
I'm sure you guys want to keep as much control locally as you can, as long as you can.
And there seems to be some feeling that somehow the elected politician is a scoundrel, but some appointed bureaucrat is an angel. And I would argue that the sin nature of man passes through all men, not just the elected official. But I'm not willing to give over our economic future to any governor, and I don't want to give it over to Phoenix because their interests are different than our interests.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate that comment.
I'll just close with Mr. Elters, thank you. Scott, thank you. And Mr. Ortman for communicating with the farmers and getting this stuff going again. We'll be participating.
We've got a couple more people to get through, but I just want to also comment on Supervisor Gould's comment. Appreciate that. We're not here to try to do the state's bidding. I want to make sure that everybody understands that we're trying to go in with some policy points into the next legislature so that we can negotiate something that's going to work for Mojave County. I need to be clear. Arizona and ADWR are at the state. They already have the statutory authority right now today to come in here and create a subsequent active management area. They've done it in Wilcox. They're doing a process right now in the Renegers Plain. They're looking at Casa Grande Basin. They're looking at the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin. They have the power right now under this governor to come in and start a subsequent active management area. This is something that is saying, don't do an active management area here. Come in with something that's actually going to work for us. So we're not here to do the state's bidding. We're here to do something that works for us and not allow the state to come in, who already can right now, to do a subsequent AMA in the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin. That would be far worse than what we're trying to propose here. So Kathy Tackett-Hicks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Kathy Tackett-Hicks. I've been involved in water issues here since the 90s. I was part of the Mojave County Water Authority, telling the legislature, please sell your Colorado River water allocations to the communities. They'll give the city of Kingman all kinds of money, which they did. And the city of Kingman was supposed to drill deeper wells. We would not be having this discussion. That is just a sore point with me, that was not completed, and now we have to deal with it. I absolutely oppose this legislation because we are not ready for it. We do not have real numbers. And I have been speaking at the legislation, with the legislators at the state for 6 or 7 years, part of Regina Cobb's issue, because the numbers have never been correct. And that's all I would ask, is that you guys take the time. We are having some success. Sam, I did give you the number for the one farm. I thought the other farm gave it to you. I have 2 more farms. I do have access with them, and we can get you some real numbers, because everything that's been put in those models is way overestimated. The one farm, 6 times more. And just like Jeff said on Peacock, those starting numbers create a problem when you're extending that out for 100, 200 years. That's the problem. The starting number is the most critical piece of information. This discussion was started in 2018 when there was alfalfa. There was a concern. The problem with that, it stopped in 2018. The use now of agriculture is so low compared to what that modeling says, we don't have a problem. I am not concerned about whether or not the state would ever try to issue an AMA in that basin. They only do that when there is a problem. They'll do that if if the local area is not taking care of their water issues, that it's completely out of control. We do not have that here. I absolutely support what Jeff said in terms of we are going to be okay with water. On the flip side of that, I absolutely believe we should be doing water planning, good water planning. And to say that you can do nothing at this point is simply not true. You can institute building code modifications to require these thousands of homes simply have a hot water demand system put into them. You know what that is? When people get in the shower and they try to get the hot water going, it takes 3 minutes for hot water. The hot water demand system recircs that water so you don't waste it. If you simply did that for every new residential home going in, that will last 100 years. Homes last 100 years. Agricultural farms can be wiped out in a year. Okay, there are two different issues. The water use is very low right now. And I want us to be in a position of being proud of having gone after it, having stopped the alfalfa, the big issue 7 years ago, because we're not there anymore. And in closing, I would ask you, please do not approve this. Please let us get the right numbers, and then collectively, through debate, discussion, and consideration, I think we can come up with some really good policy. I'm here to help.
Thank you. Amanda Kaufman. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strangely enough, the Gould House in Lake Havasu City has a hot water recirculation system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter and Supervisors. Amanda Kaufman. I'm here today as Brown Drilling. Our address is 3375 North Bank Street in Kingman, Arizona. This has been going on for a long time, and my first exposure to all of this was the illegal drillers that came in, or the unlicensed drillers that came in and started just drilling all over the Wallapai Valley. You guys know I am an advocate for individual property rights, and in the big picture, what it really comes down to is don't take it away from the little guys. You guys have heard me say that with the MVIDD stuff and other situations that have come up in the county. Protect the little guys. I've got a customer right now that's been out of water for 2 weeks. His well basically deteriorated, and we're still waiting on permitting. This is permitting that 6 months ago I would have gotten overnight and been able to drill and repair or drill the next day. But with some changes between a combination of things between ADWR and here with our county, our permitting process has totally slowed down. And so in this big picture, what I'm hearing is potential additional regulation, additional reviewers, a board that might want to sit and decide, can little Johnny drill a well today, or how does that compare to this other bigger project that's coming in? Don't regulate the little guys. Keep the little guys simple. Don't put meters on their wells. And I didn't see anything proposed for the little guys. And when I say the little guys, it is those the exempt domestic wells. Those that are probably using somewhere between 200 and 400 gallons a day, unless they have maybe some irrigation going on in the property. That's really what I'm requesting at this point. Keep it simple. Do you have any questions?
If we do, we'll call you back up. Thank you, man. I appreciate your testimony.
I have one other addition.
Sure.
So I heard earlier, Peacock had mentioned, hey, how come you're not coming to me and talking about stuff? I'm hearing, there's scientific reviews, there's scientific evidence or technologies out there that are saying X, Y, and Z. You also have drillers here in town and pump installers here in town, and we're the ones right on the front line with these homeowners. We're the ones that can tell you, are we drilling wells because they went dry, or are we drilling wells because somebody dropped the pump in the well? Are the pump guys having to lower the pumps to get the additional water out of the well? And as to my understanding, I know we have not been contacted, and I know the other pump guy here in town that does a lot of the pump work for Mojave County has also not been contacted. So if this does move forward in the future, I do suggest that you have somebody reach out to these other resources that are based on fact.
Good point. Thank you. That was our last speaker. Board, all I'm really looking for is do we want to move forward any of these policy points as we work with the Arizona legislature this next session, if there's any water bills that get moved forward? That's really the question. And if not, then I guess we'll just sort of watch what comes and take positions individually on bills. But if anybody was from Mojave County, including myself, was going to go down, I wanted to make sure that we brought something to the full board to say, yes, the majority of the board is comfortable with points 2, 3, 4, or we're against this, just to make sure that we're representing the majority of the full board. That's why we brought this. And we also have, again, Senator Dunn is going to be here this week, and we were hoping to have something to communicate with him that's been brought to the full board. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for bringing this up. I mean, this is a very complex issue that's been going on for years. And there's not going to be a quick answer or fix, except for the one big fix I think that we can, I don't know if we can, but that we need to be wary of or protect ourselves from is if these water studies actually are fact that there is plenty of water. What scares me more than anything is Phoenix wants to stick their straw in Mojave County and transfer water out here. That's my biggest fear. And that's what we have to make sure that we have legislation to protect ourselves with. Because we know, as Representative Gillette knows, the Viper Pit in Phoenix, and Supervisor Gould knows that just how these things be political, and they play silly games over there, and they create legislation that has a poison pill in there that if we're not very diligent, we're going to be screwed.
Appreciate that comment, Supervisor Borelli. This board, I think, has done a very good job since I've been on. This is my 5th year of not only trying to protect and look out for our Colorado River communities, but also Kingman and its groundwater. And we need to make sure that we're elected to take advantage or to take advocacy for all of those people that we represent that don't have their own voice to do that. We need to protect their water. I think that this next year, it's going to be a crazy year. And the challenge for us is going to be trying to protect our river communities from Colorado River transfers. And watch MVIDD right now. They've already their attorneys made public statements that they're willing to sell water to Central Arizona. And I'm really afraid about what's going to happen and what we're going to have to do as far as trying to combat what happens with MVID when they're trying to push Colorado River water that they have outside of their district boundaries down to Phoenix. That's something that we have to watch. But as far as this stuff, I think we need to, we appreciate everybody's perspective, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we do what we have to do now with some foresight to take care of the generations that are going to call Kingman home, right? I mean, there might be 100 years until you get to 1,200 foot in the southern part of the basin, but another way to think of that is that's my mortgage. That's 3 30-year mortgages. That's my 30-year mortgage. That's my son's 30-year mortgage. That's my grandson's 30-year mortgage. What's going to happen to all of the residences and the small businesses after I'm dead and my grandkids are trying to run small businesses here, and the city has to go out and they have to do all these things as far as new wells and water treatment equipment and electricity, and I don't know, to some of our low-income people, that might be, I'd hate for somebody to have to try to someday down the road, decades down the road, choose between electricity and food and water and all these things that we need to live. So that's kind of why we're looking at it today. There's not an easy answer. Supervisor Martin, did you have a comment?
As I listen to this, I think these folks made a good point. But then again, there's two sides to every issue. And I haven't been involved with that like the rest of the board has. They've been on the legislatures and whatnot. But, for me to look at this and I see valid points. I hear these folks, and I hear Amanda talking about, hey, let's protect the little guy, right? Let's don't knock them out and make this just a corporate decision that's going to affect everybody, every income level, and every economic thing they deal with. So I get it. I mean, I'm getting it. And it's really tough because I agree. We got to protect ourselves. And I sure don't want to see this governor dictate what our water thing is used. I don't want to see that. And I agree with Supervisor Gould. I don't want to see some elected group that aren't responsible to you be in charge of our water. So I feel a lot more comfortable. You have access to us. And if you got issues and you want to talk, we're here. If that ever goes where the governor gets to decide or she decides who's going to be on the committee, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't know, I can't say that, but you'll be in trouble. Okay, we'll just call it that. So I like I say, I think there has to be work done. I agree. We should look at those numbers again. ADR, ADWR, we need to look at those numbers again. But we have to do something now. And with that legislature coming back, I don't want Mojave County to be at their beck and call and for them to decide how we're going to do things here in Mojave County. So I'm like I say, I understand that, and it's a very tough decision. That's for sure.
Manager Eltris, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Speaking of numbers, I realize this is a policy discussion, so my comments do not pertain to policy. I do not wish to insert myself into the board priorities and debate, but I do wish to make a couple points clear, if I may. One, and it starts with truly thanking Representative Gillette for being here today. He did speak of the numbers overall, the water model, and monitoring wells. And I wanted to point out that we agree. The board allocated north of $750,000 for 3 additional monitoring wells that are strategically located where they can provide ongoing monitoring of the water levels in the Walpi Aquifer. So we understand the value, grateful for that, and appreciate it. The other point that I wanted to make, Representative Gillette did speak of the water model, the first one we did, when we based it on 2 key components. One was we based it on what we had data for at that time in 2021. 2019, that is, regarding the cultivated acres as well as the estimated water usage. And we did 2 scenarios. One was based on what that cultivated acreage was. The other one was if the entire area that the farmers own was to be cultivated, what that would do. That is correct, and he is right. That's what we did in 2019. However, in 2024, the last model that we completed and reported to the board on, we did not assume that every acre was going to be cultivated. In fact, we based it simply on the number of acres that we've confirmed were cultivated at that time. So the model that we provided to you all in 2024 was based on cultivated acreage, not the entire area. Additionally, Mr. Duarte, thank you for being here and thanks for your comment. And I do also want to acknowledge that we did receive data from Mr. Duarte through Kathy Tackett-Hicks after the model results were reported to the board and the paper wrote about them. Until that time, we did not have actual data from anyone. And we had attempted, in fact, in 2021, in September of 2021, we had a meeting with the Farm Bureau at the Dam Bar in Kingman Many farmers were in the room, and I believe Mr. Duarte included. We spoke at that time of the value of the model and the need for actual data to confirm and validate the result. And until the time this year when Kathy Tackett-Hicks provided the data to us, and she did provide, as I reported earlier, 22, 23, and 24, and she said 25 is underway, and she would share that information with us when it's available. She did also say that she's working with others, and she would provide that information. We are very grateful for that, and we will plug those actual data in the model when we have them. But my point is, we did ask for data between 2021 and 2025 and 2024 when we ran the model, 2025 when we received the data, and that was the first time. I'm not aware of the document that Mr. Duarte spoke of that he said he provided testimony information. Last but not least, we have reached out repeatedly to ADWR, who usually and has the responsibility of tracking, recording, and monitoring that data to receive the information related to actual water usage reported. And the INA requires farmers to report annually to ADWR. I will tell you today that we, once again, as we reported when we presented the results of the model with you, we did reach out to ADWR prior to then multiple times to say, what can you share with us for use in this model? And the data that they shared with us was primarily a couple small municipal companies and the city of Kingman. That was the only data we received. So I want the board to know that we are, as I said earlier, we're interested in factual information. And I believe, as an engineer, this model is a good model, is developed by the USGS, which has the experience and the track record to compile it. The reliability of the result is truly predicated on actual information that goes into it. So we welcome the feedback. We will work with the farmers, the cities, the municipalities that use water and report it, and we will report that information to the board as it becomes available, because at the end of the day, this water body it's large, has a confined amount, and arguably if you pump from it enough, you can impact it. I don't know how long that would take. We just need to base our decisions on the best information that we have available to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you had your hand up for a long time. You want to come up to the podium? State your name and address for the clerk, please.
Hi, thank you. I'm real new to this. My name is Sheila Miller. I live at 3933 Teddy Roosevelt Road, Golden Valley. We just came from California. I wish that I hadn't worked so many hours that I could have gotten involved in my city council. I came from the valley, and I have watched our government destroy California, destroy the farmers in the valley. You have generations of farms that were literally destroyed by the governor. He went in, put meters, said, oh, this is what you're going to do. Even though you own the wells, even though you own the water rights, we're going to do this to you. And then turned around and shut them all off. They do not let the government into Mojave County. It will destroy it. Literally destroy it. If you can get the 4-panel like the gentleman said and put it into a judge being the 5th, that's the way to go if you have to. Because, and it doesn't matter who's in the government, whether it's Republican or Democrat, they will go after the power and they will destroy this place. This area is gorgeous. We've been coming here for 5 years and have been in love with it the whole time. I have watched Central Valley die, literally. I go to work and I'd see green, crops going everywhere, houses going up. To now, it's just dirt. You've got to keep the government out. Otherwise, this could become just like Central Valley. LA decided, oh, the farmers don't need water, we need it. We went down there and visited just because there's places to go and stuff. They all had their water on, their lawns are green, and they're telling us that we can only water our lawn 2 hours a day, 2 days a week. That's it. The farmers have to put in drip systems because you can't have the water. We used to grow food for the world. We don't anymore. Newsom is lying about it. We don't. We're lucky we can get enough food grown for California. Please keep the government out. I implore you, whatever it takes. If it comes to this 4-panel, do it. Don't let the governor have 3 on his side. He will destroy us. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, to rest assured, Mojave County doesn't even have the authority under state law to create any panel at all right now. So I'm not going to call for a vote on this. Obviously, I think that it's just still a work in progress. I'm glad to talk about it. I'm sorry to belabor it. The one thing I do want to get the opinion of the board on, though, because we do have Senator Dunn coming here, and I would like to talk to him about this, is the concept of groundwater rights. So where it stands now, there was a Arizona Supreme Court case, Town of Chino Valley versus City of Prescott, which basically says that when water's in the ground, it's a shared resource, and nobody has a private property right to it. It's only when you pump it up that there's a private property right to it. Under past legislation that we've seen, there's been these quantifiable, certified groundwater rights. So transferable rights that would create basically a private property right to the water that's in the ground, and it's based on consumption, right? So in the wall pipe, and those can be used, or they can be leased or sold to those within a closed basin, right? So if you want to grow, you have to go lease or buy some of these groundwater certificates. Including the city of Kingman would have to do that here. Any business, any city, the city would have to do that. So are you in favor or not in favor? Because we've always come out opposed to the government, the state government, creating a monopoly on who owns the Wallapai Valley groundwater. So it's no fault of yourself or any agricultural folks. I mean, everything works at a certain scale, but what we've seen here under Arizona state law, it's 11-812. Every other commercial, industrial, or residential proposed land use, you have to go first through a P&Z commission to get a recommendation on what you're doing and the scale of it, and if it's a right fit, where it's supposed to go or where you want it to go. And then you have to go to a board of supervisors and you have to get a hard approval, yes or no. There's an agricultural exemption right now in state law under Title 11 that says if you own 5 or more acres contiguous, up to tens of thousands of acres of land, you don't have to go through that planning and zoning process. You can do an end run around the general plan, and you don't have to go to a P&Z commission. You don't have to go to a board. You can just farm it, right? And that, I think, at the scale that it's happened, is one of the reasons that the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin is in its current set of conditions, because you guys are exempted, and everybody else, commercial, industrial, residential, has to go through a land use process. And then when you couple that with the fact that outside of these government regulated areas, you can drill as many wells as you want, as large as you want. You can pump as much as you want. You don't have to report it to anybody. It doesn't even matter if you hurt other wells. Thankfully, that's not happening. We've watched what happens, or what has happened in the Wilcox area down in southeast Arizona. And if there's any sort of a crystal ball decades down the road, we don't want to see that happen here. And we're taking action before that. So I guess I'm curious about the board. Do you support those groundwater certificates that would basically create a monopoly in the basin where the city or any other business would have to go to the farms because they were here last, but they're using 70% of the water or so every year, so they get 70% of the certificated water rights. And if the city wants to grow outside of its allocation that it has right now, they'd have to go to a farm and they'd have to ask for water. And then the farm would say, here's the terms and conditions, here's the cost per acre foot that you have to pay, here's if it's even available. Mojave County and the City of Kingman have taken the position that we wouldn't like to see quantified or certificated water rights in a closed basin. We want to see water acknowledgements. Everybody that's using water would come to the table no matter what we do to figure it out together, but we don't want to give anybody a private property right to water that's in the ground where it's the citizens of Kingman someday down the road that would have to pay the farms in order to expand. So I guess I'm just getting any comments on that one point. Supervisor Borelli.
Well, yes, Mr. Chair, I understand your intent, but we're not there's more than one community, more than one city in Mojave County, municipalities. So, I mean, we have to be very careful on language that it's a complete blanket, too. So, my biggest worry is, like I said, transferring water is what we need to protect. That nobody can come in here and transfer water. Yeah, property rights and water rights, but nobody should be able to, like, want to drill, want to transfer the water and sell it.
Where would they transfer the water? I think at the state, the legislature, obviously they could, but do you have to
Talking like water credits and stuff like that, what goes on, that's what they want to do.
I don't think you can transfer water outside of a basin without the legislature creating a transfer basin.
That's
and
what
then,
we have to
and then the
protect.
conveyance. How do you, because we don't have a canal system,
And that's what we need to protect.
how would the water be transferred?
It would be water credits.
Confused.
See, that's how they play these games. That's what we need to protect ourselves from. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we'll move on. I'm not going to call for a question on that. Item number 43. We have one person signed up to speak on item number 43, Mr. Scotty McClure. Okay, I entertain a motion.
No motion required.
No motion required?
No motion required.
Okay. Item number 44, discussion possible action. Are we looking for a motion on this one, Attorney Davis?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
I move that the County Attorney's Office act on instructions given in executive session.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 45, information only, received information on public request for online newspaper subscriptions at the Mojave County Libraries. Supervisor Letman.
Several meetings ago, Scotty McClure brought up a very good suggestion that really reflected, I think, a simple request with a lot of common sense behind it, and that was, could we have access to these papers online in the library? So I'm hoping Jake Barillo is still here. Jake, if you can come on down and give us an update, and I'm hoping a solution.
Absolutely, thank you, Supervisor Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Letman. Yeah, we got permission on Friday from the newspaper company to be able to house a kind of single-use kiosk, if you will. It's just a computer that will be dedicated only to having the newspaper inside the library at Havasu, Kingman, and Bullhead, and we'll have it in place within 2 weeks.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Mr. McClure, you signed up to speak on this. You want to speak? Oh, yeah.
Why did you even ask? Scotty from Bullhead. I requested that last Wednesday's newspaper at the library in Bullhead is missing. Somebody decided they wanted to take it home. So there's been a couple times this year I've had to go down to the Fort Mojave Library, wait till 11 o'clock in the morning when they open, and read their newspaper because people think it's theirs and they can take it out of the library. So this would solve a lot of problems. They can't take their kiosk that they're going to put in. Well, they're going to have a heck of a time doing that. But I guess they could do anything. But yeah, I left for a couple weeks and went home. And I had no idea that we opened the government back up. It was fine with me the way it being closed. Actually, I didn't know Mr. Tarek had won a Cy Young Award until this morning. And that was out announced Wednesday. I do, you know, me and Laura, I become a fan of the Detroit Tigers. Okay, so. You know, they went from 3 days a week. Well, it used to be 6 days a week, and then they cut off my subscription. I can't get a home delivery anymore. They cut me off. And by the way, you sorry-ass newspapers, you owe me a refund. By law, I paid for a full year. But anyway, I appreciate you doing this. It sounds like we're going to get this done. So this is the first time I'm ever going to say thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. That was information only. We'll move to item number 46, discussion possible action, direct staff to bring the medical examiner services in-house by July 1st of 2027. And to that end, fully operational morgue located at existing county building at 3220 Horizon Boulevard. Kingman, Arizona, alternate location is directed by the board. Recruiting and hiring a forensic pathologist to be an employee of Mojave County. 3, acquiring and purchasing the necessary equipment related to the transportation of and operation for the medical examiner services. Item 4, transition existing staff and hire investigators, technicians, and administrative staff to support the fully operational medical examiner's office. Further, authorize staff to utilize budgeted fiscal year 26 funds, the amount of $4 million, to design and remodel the selected location to required standards. Additionally, authorize staff to plan ahead and budget additional funds in fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28 necessary to complete the medical examiner services transition in-house and deliver a fully operational service by no later than July 1st of 2027. Supervisor Levin.
Well, this has obviously been a long saga on this item. When I was first elected, the second week I was in my office, I put a list of priorities up on a board. They're called D2 priorities, District 2 priorities, the things I believed and we wanted to get done. And I believe the fourth one down was the medical examiner. And in the world I come out of with a business background, and it's not always perfect or correct, okay, you need time to plan and really think out a good long-term strategy that's for the best of all of us, including the county, the employees, the customers of the medical examiner, their families. And we've bought ourselves some time through a process of, first of all, terminating a month-to-month contract, and I think that was the first step that was required, was in fact to put a term date on that, and we did that. Then we said we'd come back, and during our budget hearings and our budget process, I asked that $4 million be added into the capital improvement fund for the building of a morgue. The board passed that 4-1. That should have been a first really good hint, okay, the direction we were heading was the allocation of that money for the building of a morgue. We need some more time. We create a new contract for 1 year, and now we have time to get a morgue built, to come up with a transition plan, and we have an incumbent right now that wants to transition over to an in-house system. So I've certainly heard enough input. I've certainly read the editorials in the paper, and the message seems to be pretty clear. Bring this in-house. I think with the time we've allowed, we now have a process where we can evaluate if, in fact, it does make sense. It probably does from a financial point of view, and we should move forward. That's my summary before you start taking speakers.
The first speaker is Armin Strang. Scotty McClure is on deck.
I'm in Stangerfort, Mojave, aka the German. So you're talking about transitioning employees from the medical examiner to county staff. How can you transition a convicted felon to county? I don't think that's the right thing to do. You know, he got already cut. His name is Oscar. It's public record. He got cut in Bullhead with a weapon as a prohibited possessor. You know, that's a no-go. You can't have that. How he came from California and describes himself as self-employed with the medical examiner's office. So, what conviction does he have in California? I couldn't get to the website. They want you not to know anything about him. Arizona, I ran him through DOC, everything. There's no conviction in Arizona, except the dismissed case with the weapon. The second one is there's an office coordinator. What has 2 DUIs? And you want them to drive for county vehicles or with county vehicles and work for the county? That's not acceptable. Someone didn't do their research when they got the new contract awarded. So those things need to come out before a contract gets awarded. So I think this whole thing with the medical examiner needs to be rethought, and the county may want to amend the contract. You know, I don't know what you want to do about it, but that's unacceptable that you have convicted felons and DUI personnel working for the county or so-called county, but they're using the county seal on their vehicle. Thank you.
Scotty McClure. Sharon Hougen, you're on deck.
Well, I'm getting old. I need a chair right here. We've been hearing about this for years and years and years and years and years. So we got a 1, 2, 3, and 4. We need to move ahead on some of this, if not all of it. Quit kicking this can down the road. I'm 77 years old, and I may need it here very soon to get me to Boulder City, you know, where they bury veterans. So let's quit kicking this can down the road. $4 million ain't going to get this done. So we need to, this may take a couple of years for sure. I haven't been up to the Horizon Boulevard where you're talking about a county building, but if you've got an empty building or a vacant building or something, I've seen the prices up here that you had build that drug rehab over there is what, $6-7 million? Stop this. I'm dead. I don't need a Taj Mahal. I just need a ride to Boulder City.
Sharon Hougen. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
And thank you, Mr. Letman, for bringing this forward. The only thing I really want to discuss here regarding this, I'm Sharon Haugen from Bullhead City.
Thank you.
I think it's great that we're moving forward with this. The only problem I have is when you talk about, like the other gentleman, you said transitioning existing staff. There are problems with the staff. They've been validated by the Mojave County Sheriff investigation as having a lot of improprieties and unethical practices. It's been validated. Oh, Mr. Letman, since you like to look at dictionaries, look up valid, because they were validated by the county sheriff investigation that Mr. Hassett and had very many, or should say a lot, of validations to improprieties, unethical practices, how the bodies were kept. That's all in the sheriff's
Madam,
report.
can you keep it to what's published on the agenda?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Why would you want to have that kind of transition people the way they've run that office, transition over to a new one. I think it's best if you actually wipe the slate clean and start from scratch and do that, because I think that's what is necessary, what is needed for this new venture that you're going to hopefully proceed upon. I also wanted to know, when you said administrative staff, do you mean bringing over Mr. Hassett too in some way to be part of that? That's what, my big concern is. And I hope that that would not be included. But what I also am bothered with is, what are you going to call this facility? The county morgue? Or I don't think you can use Mojave County Medical Examiner Office, because that is an LLC that was formed in 2019 by Dr. Mosley, and he is the owner of that. So it's kind of defrauding the public. They think it's a county office when it isn't, or a government facility. And I've got the, here, it's right here. And that's owned by Mosley from May 19th of 2016. That is his business moniker. And that was given approval for, and he uses the seal as Mr. Hassett uses the seal in his advertising as the Mojave County Medical Examiner Office. Anyway, those are my concerns right now for this, but I am very appreciative that you have decided to put this before the people and for the board to try to put this together, because it's been a long time in coming. It's been over 4 years, and even longer than that. You had Dr. Mosley for 5 years. So I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jennifer Esposito. Andrew Kutch, you're on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. I like where this is going, but again, as has been stated, I have serious questions about just transitioning staff, because it seems like a lot of the complaints have been about staff. We're talking about a sheriff's investigation, but that investigation is over a year old. I know that you guys had asked that maybe some of you hadn't seen it. You wanted the opportunity to read it. And 4 of you were not willing to put forth Supervisor Gould's motion to acknowledge that it was your position that Mr. Hassett was not honest with the board when he got his contract. But the other thing that I wanted to point out is number 3. It says acquiring and purchasing the necessary equipment related to the transportation of and operation of the medical examiner's services. I would like to suggest that anything related to that, that the county review, because he's had the contract, has county taxpayers purchased any equipment for Mr. Hassett in his previous, service to this county? And I say service. If we've already purchased equipment, if he has anything that the county has paid for, I think you need to create a full inventory of that and demand it back, for the new facility. I think repurposing old buildings that are unused is a great idea. It's too bad that this didn't come forward, in the previous board when ARPA money was still available. Maybe we wouldn't be spending it on county seals. Maybe we'd be spending it on a morgue. A lot of money was wasted, just flushed down the toilet in December of last year because there was a big rush to spend it before it was gone. But I think that every employee needs to be vetted. We shouldn't just automatically assume because somebody's been doing a job that they're the best person that would meet the qualifications for and liability issues for the county. I think that, a whole new set of, requests for, qualifications go out, not just for the medical examiner themselves being licensed, but also for anybody, in a staff position or any position of authority with this potential new thing. So I think that this is moving in a direction that could yield a positive outcome. I think it's a lot better than paying the county hospital $18 a square foot for a building that we own and are leasing to them. So I think it's an improvement over that previous proposal. That didn't seem good for the taxpayers. I think this has potential, and I think that you guys need to do some homework and gather all the available information and then make an informed decision going forward. Thank you.
Andrew Ketch.
Good afternoon. I want to kind of expand on with what Jennifer Esposito had said. I have a little bit of county background over in California, and I know what it takes to actually get things done. Usually the local governments have to do things in a certain manner. Some things that could take a year could take 5 years instead of just the 1 year. With what Jennifer Esposito had stated, utilizing the current stock in medical equipment and whatnot, we could actually expedite this at least by 6 or 7 months, maybe even 10 months, if we have a full count of county taxpayer-funded equipment that went into the current medical examiner's office. That potentially has the availability of expediting this move to a in-house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. I'd open it up to Supervisor Lettman. Thank you.
A couple of points that were brought up. Mr. Hassett has no desire to become an employee of the county. Mr. Elters, would you like to address just the general direction we would head in directing staff to start moving on this? What is directing staff to start moving? What does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lightman, thank you. We've been at this for a while, for past handful of years. We've explored a lot of options, and it has been clear lately, at least with this board, that the board wishes to proceed and bring these services in-house. When Supervisor Lettman sat down with me to say, what would it take and how would we approach it, I was able to rely on information that we reviewed, gathered, analyzed, reported on to the prior board before, and provide this breakdown. So to that end, we need clear, unequivocal direction from the board to say, yes, this board wishes to go in that direction. And what that would mean would be that to provide the entire medical services and related activities within county government and county staff. To do so, we need a county morgue, and we need the staffing and equipment to achieve that. And related to the county morgue, we need a location. So what we are offering to you today is the result of prior efforts. When we looked at 3 different facilities, including one from the hospital here in Kingman, and one was county building in Mojave Valley, and this building, it clearly rose to the top. This is a sound building. It's the proper size. It does have large, tall doors already that are attractive and suitable for backing in large van into the building. So when we looked at a fairly detailed cost estimate as to designing and delivering the remodeling of this building, the number was in the $3 million range. The board approved a $4 million in the FY26 budget. So to that end, if the board was to approve staff proceeding in this direction, we would first and foremost bring a consultant on board to design the interior of that building. The exterior is a sound building, and we would then award a contract to deliver the improvements. Those activities would come to the board for approval at each point in that process. Second, we would need to strategize for, develop a job description and pursue hiring a forensic pathologist, looking at other counties, neighboring and otherwise, and what they've gone through to recruit and hire. We have that experience and that knowledge, and we would have to initiate that again with board guidance and approval. Third and fourth, those 3 points, we do have a complete inventory of what equipment we, Mojave County, has that is currently being used. That when we transitioned from Dr. Mosley as being the provider to the current provider, we took note and notice of that of those equipment. So we have complete inventory. We know what we own. There are equipment that he purchased and is using that is not county equipment. It's useful to us. In the process last year that we undertook, we analyzed, we looked at the market value for those units. We discussed them with him. We were prepared to bring a presentation to the board that says the value of this pre-owned unit is, and we concur with it, and we would purchase it. We are not bound. We're not bound by it. If the values don't work out, we will come to the board and ask to purchase pre-owned certified equipment elsewhere or new equipment. Similarly for personnel, to bring those individuals in-house has value to us. We have a process in place today. When we hire county employees, we vet them. We do background check, and we do, for a certain position, we do more than just a background check. We will do the same thing, Mr. Chairman and board members, and if there are reasons to not hire, we will not hire. It makes sense to bring somebody with experience who is familiar with the county and the process and bring them on board. But we're not bound by that either. If we have reason to overlook or pass on someone, we will do so. But it's truly a process. The morgue delivery is the longest leading item in this, and we would proceed expeditiously. And I am a firm believer that we can deliver an operational, functional morgue, even with most of the equipment in it for this funding. But we have the $4 million in the current FY26 budget, which ends on June 30th of next year. We're already looking at FY27 budget. If the board was to approve us proceeding in this direction, we would include funding in FY27 above and beyond that $4 million for any potential equipment or personnel. And we will work with the current provider, who has said repeatedly he is interested in working with us to make this transition. We will recruit a forensic pathologist. We will do the transition of equipment and personnel and position us to be operational on July 1 of 2027, which would be fiscal year 28. So we technically have 2 fiscal years still to plan for. This would be fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28. So, and again, given the work that we've done in the past, I am confident in working with all the departments that are part of this, public health, finance, procurement, county attorney's office, and the sheriff's office, to deliver an operational morgue by July 1st, 2027, if the board is to give us the go-ahead today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
2 follow-up questions. Manager Elters, a forensic pathologist is a doctor, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lettman, yes, indeed.
Okay, so we'll settle that issue. Okay, second of all, is there a chance we can transfer some of these services, some portion of the operation prior to July 1st, 2027?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Letman, we believe we can, and it's probably more it would be both in items 3 and 4. Equipment has to be, the morgue has to be complete and ready with equipment calibrated and tested in it in order to proceed. So yes to the equipment, and yes, Supervisor Letman, to the personnel. There is really no need to wait until the day before or the week before or the month before. We would be working with the provider to determine. We're not going to force anyone to come work with us, by the way. Not only we will be passive on, and we will do our due diligence on who comes to work for us. We're going to offer that opportunity, and whoever take us up on our offer, we will go through the process to vet and check. But yeah, that component of the cost we would include in this current budgeting process for FY27. We will minimize it, but the goal will be to give the board a fully operational medical examiner services functions in Mojave County by July 1, 2027. I would also, I would add many steps along the way will require presentation to the board and approval from the board, so you will be kept abreast and updated throughout the process, and we have a 1.5 year runway to get there.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Martin.
Yes. Sam, how much is that medical examiner? What is your estimation that's going to cost?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Martin, the numbers, the analysis and the data that we put together last year, for which we reported on in the fall of 2024, is still relevant and valid. And because the forensic pathologist is a doctor, and there are not many of them, and knowing what our neighboring comparable counties like Yavapai County, Coconino, and others, we would be looking at a cost of somewhere around $300,000 a year to hire a forensic pathologist. When you add that to the cost of the operation, investigators, and equipment, we would be looking in the range of $1.5 to $1.7 million a year. So it truly is a trade-off, and I am so glad you asked that question, Supervisor Martin, because what we have competing with us is the board desire to have direct control and the public indication that that's what is wanted. And on one hand, on the other hand, the cost of those services, because we would be hiring the staffing, including the doctor, and having the morgue, and having the equipment, and the way government operates and the way we pay, the cost would be in that range.
Okay, thank you. I have another question or comment to make. We've been referred to in social media by an adult lady who referred to 3 of us as the 3 Stooges. And yet that person comes forward and says, hey, you guys are doing a great job. What I want to say is, listen, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. You catch more flies with sugar than you ever do vinegar. So instead of hiding behind a keyboard and attacking us ethically, morally, whatever, bring your butt up here and say it to our face. Say that you don't disagree. I'm never going to call you a stooge or ignorant or stupid. I will never do that to anybody that stands up before us. That is not proper. That is not the way to get things done. And so If you want to come up here and talk, you come up here and talk. But just remember one thing.
Right.
If you want us to act and you've got a point to make, we are more than glad to make it. But when you insist upon using derogatory and inflammatory and just downright nastiness, it's not in your best benefit. And I'm just saying that for me,
Okay.
for me personally.
Supervisor Gould, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, County Manager, do you envision this new medical examiner as a department or inside the health department?
As Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, yes.
Okay.
In all honesty, I don't know. I'm not an expert in the field. I can tell you in going through early on, this is about 4 years ago, I went up to both Coconino and Yavapai County, met with them, asked a zillion of questions, including where do you place this group? And the answer was both of them started with establishing the medical examiner as a standalone department, Supervisor Gould, and their comments, not mine, but the message was they struggled. They really are professionals that focus on the subject at hand, and they're not good administrative stuff. So both Coconino placed them under public health, and it has done well since then. And Yavapai went through the same experience, started as a department, placed them under public health, and that was really where we came at it, by placing the third party under public health. And my recommendation to the board, given this experience, is that we place it under public health as well.
And that makes sense to me, and I have faith that Director Palmer can continue to manage it, whether it's an employee or whether it's a contractor. The other question I have is, a forensic pathologist, can a forensic pathologist do criminal autopsies? Or does that take another level?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, I believe, as an engineer, forensic pathology is what is required to do criminal pathology investigation. That is what I understand Pinal County has, that's what Maricopa County has, that's what Coconino and Yavapai. So we would be hiring, as a county employee, a forensic pathologist with the training, qualification, and experience to perform all autopsies, criminal, investigative, and otherwise.
So we would not have to farm those investigations out to other counties then?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, we would not, and that is why we would insist on a forensic pathologist. He or she will be a county employee, and they'll be able to cover the gambit.
And hopefully we'll be able to find one. Otherwise, you'd have to go with a doctor that was not certified to do that, and then we would go back to having to ship any of those criminal cases to another county to have that done. That is all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate you asking that question. I had the same question where you would place it. I want to thank Supervisor Lettman for putting this on. I support this. I think it's time. I think procurement, of all people, will probably be overwhelmed with joy that this transfers to staff. So I support this. Entertain a motion or additional discussion.
I'll go ahead and move to approve item 46 as read.
Second.
Additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 47, discussion possible action, approve the proposed amendment to the Mojave County Procurement Code as presented to further strengthen the structural impartiality of county selection committees, to bolster further the public's confidence in Mojave County's formal procurement processes. Board, we don't have anybody signed up to speak on this item. I placed this just because I saw in some of the things that were going around that our procurement director, Tara Acton, was taking some heat on one of our most recent RFP processes. We just talked about that process, and just wanted to put this out there as maybe a gesture of additional transparency to help the public understand and really make sure that our selection committee compositions are as independent as they possibly can be. So basically just a few things that were on here was that a majority of a selection committee for an RFP, which is a request for proposal, or an RFQ, request for qualifications, couldn't have the same direct report. External representation, that maybe one member would be from a separate public or private agency. For instance, for a request for qualifications, one of the selection committee members, I believe, has to be a technical registrant. They have to be either an architect or an engineer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a county architect or an engineer. It could be from one of our cities, like City of Havasu, or somebody like that. They could sit on the committee. And then also perhaps we involve a citizen from the public that we serve. Since we're spending taxpayer dollars, we form this pool of citizens that would want to sit on a selection committee. All of them obviously would have to sign the confidentiality documents and partiality and all the other things that the committees go through, but just wanted to put this up for the consideration by the full board, and I take comments. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, a question. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And how would you hold this one person, unelected person that's appointed, how would you hold them accountable because a lot of these things have to be done in confidentiality, make sure that, there's no conflicts of wrongdoing going on. How do you hold this person accountable?
It's a great question. I think I might ask Tara to come down. I know that everybody that sits on a selection committee, they have a series of documents that they have to sign. They have to sign that they're going to maintain the cone of silence. They have to maintain that they don't have any conflicts of interest, a bunch of different things, but I'll let you explain your own process, Tara.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisor Borelli. I think oddly I'm going to agree with both of you. That is one of my concerns, what Supervisor Borelli brings up. So our normal process is, yes, anyone, even me, to view documents, I have to sign off on a commitment that I will maintain the confidentiality and that I will disclose a conflict. And I think what Supervisor Borelli might be getting at is that as a county employee, if I'm not going to say Sam, if Director Latosky is serving on a committee and he signs off that there's not going to be any, that he will report any potential conflict of interest and that he will maintain confidentiality. If he doesn't do any of those things, we have real action that we can take against him. And I do have concern with a citizen. They can tell me all day long that they're not sharing information, that they would report conflicts. And if we find out about it and they do, I don't know that we have any tangible recourse. So whatever the board asks us to do, we will try to develop ways to safeguard the county and protect the county from those things. But when you add a citizen to the mix, that is concerning for me. So the other times that we have citizen advisories on committees, they're serving as part of a board, they're serving as part of a panel that goes through a public meeting, and that those discussions happen in public, and that they are boards that are voting in the public eye, and ultimately it comes as a recommendation, but staff can deny that recommendation. The way that the structure is set up for committees to award, they are actually recommending the award, and it's either yes, we're going to award, or no, we're not going to award. There's not an opportunity to say this one person we think didn't do what they were supposed to do. We can try to find ways to safeguard that. Like I said, I think there's a lot of things that you contain in this, Chairman, that I understand the logic behind why you're wanting to get there. I have concerns with specific wording and how we would get there. And so I think if this is something that the board does want us to institute, strengthening somewhere in our code how we determine who's in committees, then I think I would ask for time for us to see how do we actually fit it into our procurement code. The verbiage in the agenda item that you had looks like it's going to add another section to the code, which would cause some reference issues throughout the code, and wouldn't necessarily follow the ABA model that we've been using. So it would probably make more sense to insert it in different areas. I've got a list of things that I might be concerned with, but I think to specifically address Supervisor Borelli, I think that we need to work with the attorney's office and figure, is there recourse if a citizen, we can determine that they're qualified, we can train them, we can ask them to do a whole lot of things. But if they don't do what they say they're going to do, and we find out later on, it could hurt the integrity of the overall process. If you want to use the medical examiner award as an example, if after we came to this board with an award recommendation, it came out that someone who was serving on that committee either had a conflict with the person that was selected, or maybe it's the opposite, has a conflict with someone that wasn't selected and maybe wasn't fair in their scoring. If it was a citizen, I don't know what recourse we would have. If it was an employee, there's a lot of options for us to handle that from like a disciplinary action standpoint. And we may have to start over on the RFP process. And I think that might be the ultimate, is if we find that something's been compromised, we'd have to start over.
I would hope that no matter if it was a county employee or a citizen, that if anything came out like that, that soured the process, that we would take the same actions in canceling that procurement and starting over, and then banning them from ever sitting on a committee again.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you that that would be the appropriate, unless we could start over and reconvene a committee and say throw those scores out and start over if it's a county employee. I think what I'm more leaning towards is the threat of losing my employment might keep me more honest than if they don't find out, then nobody knows. And then I think the only other thing, if you'll give me the liberty to share, I think the other area that I do have some concern if we establish a pool of qualified candidates that could sit on a committee and we train them, I think that makes sense, but every procurement is different and you want subject matter experts in certain areas to be part of it. Being that we are a rural county, we do want local people to submit bids. And so I think that there might be some of those that would be interested, may conflict out on particular procurements that actually they would be good at serving on if they have an interest and may want to submit bids. And so I don't want us to limit competition. I'm just trying to think of what are the adverse effects that this could have. And so it is one of the things that we run into problems. You brought up RFQs. Title 34 requires on just a simple RFQ for design or consulting services that we have a technical registrant. If we're going to use alternative project delivery methods like design, build, construction manager at risk, and job order contracting, which we do a lot of job order contracting, we are also required to have a senior management official from a contractor's company serve on the committee. And those are some of the more difficult committees for us to manage. Getting somebody who's willing to serve, that actually understands the time commitment that it takes, and then follows through with that time commitment. We have had times where we were ready to come together and score and somebody wasn't able to make it and we'd have to start over and get a new committee member. And a lot of times the struggle on like general job order contracting ones is the people that are trained and willing to serve are the ones who are going to offer. And so we find ourselves scrambling in the 11th hour to find a refutable, trustworthy contractor that's willing to serve on our committee. And so one of my concerns would be if we make this a mandate, there's a lot of things that we can mandate either through our code or through county policy, but they may become impossible to implement. They may become overly burdensome where we would end up having to come back to the board and request exceptions to policy. All of those things can be done. If that's the direction the board goes, we'll do our best to accomplish that. But
Tara, for an alternative project delivery method contract where you have to have a senior member of a contractor sit on as one of your scoring members, how are you handling that right now? Because let's say that we issue 80 p.m. for a new building, and all the contractors here that can actually do it, they bid on it, right? So are you getting a senior member from a contractor from another county or from a metro area, or how are you handling it right now?
well, we're trying to do sort of a best practice in procurement is to know who your committee is going to be even before you publish. And so we're actually trying to kind of problem solve that before we go. And so like one example, I'm trying to remember, like when we do the electrical jock contract, we're like, okay, to comply with state statute, maybe we'll get a general contractor to serve on this. So they're not coming from the subject matter expert experience of an electrician, but they work in the contracting community. And so we try to work with contractors, one that we've worked with before that have served on committees, or maybe contractors that have offered on our projects and have gone through debriefing and are curious about the process. I think one of the different elements there is if you work in the construction field and you work with governments, you know how to respond to an RFQ, you know how to respond to an RFP. And so that world isn't foreign to you. If, I don't know, my sister all of a sudden decided that she was interested and wanted to serve on a committee, it'd be a different level for me to train her and have her understand and make sure that I trust that she's scoring to the criteria we put in the solicitation. But right now, because we have to comply with state statute, when we ask for a contractor, we try to find someone not necessarily in the field that would be offering on the thing that we're going to submit.
Is that, do you limit it to Mojave County contractors, or do you actually go outside of Mojave County?
More often than not, it's Mojave County contractors just because of logistics. How do we get them? A lot of times they're going to want to meet in person. They're not comfortable with technology, or sharing things is a little bit risky. We don't want to email proposals. There's the issue of if somebody's sitting at Starbucks reviewing a confidential document. And so we tend to, honestly, a lot of them are Kingman based, and they're contractors that are just have worked in this community a lot and are willing to serve.
Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Yes. Tara, you're bound by state law, right, in procurement and what you do? I mean, you mentioned Title 34. So if you're doing, I mean, you have a guideline by law, right, to kind of guide you through all this?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, Supervisor Martin. Yes, ultimately everything that I do in public procurement, I tie back to some kind of enabling legislation. And so 11251, the powers of the board, actually determines that it's the board's job to award contracts. They limit us to certain levels. And if we don't adopt portions of the state code, then they limit our thresholds, all those. So there's multiple points in statute that we refer back to. Primarily, most of our procurements are done in accordance with our procurement code, which this board adopted as how we do work. And that's the board complying with their obligation under 11251. Title 34 is about any type of procurement for improvements to public property. So any public-owned buildings or real property, anybody must comply with Title 34. So what Chairman Lincoln-Felter has submitted deals with RFPs and RFQs. We actually don't specifically address RFQ as a method in our procurement code because Title 34 is so prescriptive in how you can award contracts within that realm with the expectation. And so our procurement code just says when we're dealing with construction or engineering services, we will follow Title 34. And I don't think Chairman Lincoln-Felter's recommended change really changes what's required by Title 34. It would give me the direction that right now, if we have a committee and we need an engineer, I might ask, Randy Gremlick in flood control to fill that role as the engineer. If the board says, I don't want you to do that anymore, I don't know that I need it codified. I don't know that I need it in our procurement code. But if you direct us as a matter of procedure to use outside engineers to go to the city of Kingman and get one of their engineers to serve, we could do that. But I don't think anything in this item as it relates to RFQs is going against what's in Title 34. It might just be strict complying.
So if I understand, you're saying that what is being proposed is kind of redundant?
As it relates to the RFQ process,
right.
I wouldn't say redundant. I would say sharpens the focus, but it's not in compliance with Title 34. As it relates to RFPs, it would be changing our process.
Okay.
What our code right now says is that the selection committee is selected by me, that it is my job to make sure that any selection committee is made up of qualified individuals that have an interest in the procurement and that will make the best recommendation for what serves the county best. And so we'll talk a lot about best value procurement. We are trying to do what's in the best interest of the county.
All right, thank you.
Just the Cliff's Note version of this is basically what I proposed. It doesn't violate any of the processes that we have. All it does is maximize the impartiality of our selection committee process. That's all it does.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think from the complexity of this, it almost seems better that we should let the Board of Supervisors make these decisions since we're elected by the people that do so. Coconino County has a clause in their procurement code that says the Board of Supervisors can reject any contract. No one has been able to show me that this is not following state statute that the Board of Supervisors do it. I also voted against job order contracting for government agencies when I was in the legislature for this very reason. is that the star chamber gets to choose the contractor instead of plan and spec method where the engineer comes up with plans and then you put it out to bid and you take the lowest bidder, and that eliminates all this kind of garbage. But I support changing it if we can figure out how to make it work. But my preference would be to bring it back to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Burley.
Well, procurement, they go out with the bid and they recommend to us, so we have still final approval to approve the contract or not approve the contract and send them back to the drawing board. My main concern is you can be fired, so is everybody else on there, but they volunteer or appointed, like Supervisor Gould had alluded earlier, that not all appointees are angels or perceived angels. That's my biggest concern is, all it takes is one person to leak out some information and they could switch the dynamics of who gets the contract. So, and how do you hold that person accountable? That's my biggest concern. Yeah.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara mentioned, was it Title 34?
Mm-hmm.
Would that apply to that situation where we brought in a private individual and then the private individual did not follow the rules?
And that it is one of my concerns in that Title 34 process, which is why we tend to work with contractors who have worked with us before, but yes, they sign a conflict of interest disclosure. Like I said, a lot of times we try to meet in person so that they're not carrying confidential information around with them with our software system.
So what's the penalty if they break the conflict? If they break,
we haven't had it happen yet with a contractor, but it is a real concern.
We don't know whether our method is actually legitimate.
Well, I would say our method is
the same concern that Supervisor Borelli expressed could be a concern under other
I would agree that the same concern would be there. Sorry, not to cut you off. I think the same concern is there. If something like that were to happen, I think that our legal action would be we were complying with state statute. We were following the letter of the law, and this person now is breaking a law because through the letter of the law, they've agreed to be part of this. I think when we are adding additional layers to our procurement code, that's where I would definitely want to work with the attorney's office to say, if we're going to do this for non-Title 34, non-RFQ solicitations, how do we make sure that we have a strengthened requirement and process so that if something were to happen, we have recourse?
So 34 would not apply in that situation?
Not to an RFP. 34 would apply for construction or alternative project delivery methods or consulting, engineer consultants.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, or Burley, excuse me. I understand your concern, but I think if somebody's going to leak information, I think in a lot of instances it's going to be very hard to prove that. And I can't prove anything, but to me, still, to this day, it's very, very, very interesting, I'll use that word, that you had two contractors 2 days apart submit the exact same pricing. And I can never say anything exactly what happened, but if somebody's going to leak information, it's going to be very, very difficult to track that and to
I would like to respond to that, Chairman.
Of course, yeah, please do.
From the county standpoint, from the procurement standpoint, if there was any quote unquote leak of information on that, it was 100% impossible. If you'd like me to sit down with you, I can prove to you that it was impossible for it to come from anyone seeing those responses as they came in. Now, whether or not there's somebody, that might have had an interest in working for the one of the other offerers, whether they were willing to share price that was discussed, that's something else. But when it comes to being able to see those submittals, my staff could not even see those submittals.
And I wasn't, in my comments, if you'll recall, I didn't say anything like that happened. I'm just saying that I think
I appreciate that, but I think there's public perception when those words are used that it was the county staff that may have leaked information. And I feel like I have a responsibility to this county and to my staff to refute that.
It's no surprise that in the past in other municipalities, the parties that are bidding, they do bid rigging because they work amongst themselves before they submit the bids. It happens.
Yeah. Again, appreciate the discussion. The only thing this item really says is that the majority of your committee members can have the same direct report, that it's okay to use an outside somebody from City of Havasu or City of Bullhead or City of Kingman or somebody else on this selection committee, and it's okay to use a citizen because we don't have any problem spending the taxpayer dollars, but if we don't want to involve them in our public processes, then I don't know what to tell you.
Can I ask some
Supervisor-
clarification on that, Chairman?
Sure.
So when I read it as it mandates an external, it mandates a citizen, it mandates that process. If your intent is to allow that and put that in code, I would just ask permission to wordsmith it a little, because as I read this, it's mandating the org chart independence. Actually, I think the way it's currently written precludes anyone who has a direct or indirect report to the county manager from making up a majority of the committee. I think what you're trying to reach is there can't be a majority from finance and then plus one person from public health, that we don't want a majority from any one department. But I think on the technicality of how this reads, it looks like you can't have a majority of employees who report directly or indirectly to the county manager, which then would make us rely a lot more on our elected official departments for that service, because those are the only ones that don't have a report chain to the county manager. And then I read the external representation as a mandate that there be external representation and a mandate that a public participant be on every committee. If that's your intent, that's fine. I just want to make sure I understand it.
It would just require, I think, the county to work more with staff from maybe the 3 cities or the 4 cities. That's an option. Again, I don't want to tie our hands. I'm just trying to, the whole end goal in mind thing is to just maximize the impartiality of from a citizen's public perspective, the impartiality of our selection committees. That's really all I was trying to
I'm all for
to say.
transparency, so.
Chair, I got a question.
Supervisor Burley, excuse me.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, and this could actually help streamline the process and make it more beneficial to the county. But my question is to Attorney Davis: is there a way for them we do the NDAs, that if they violate the NDA, we could like fine them like $25,000 or some heavy fine? They break an NDA?
Supervisor Borelli, I have to look into that. I don't have an answer off the top of my head. I have been thinking about whether or not there's any criminal culpability. I don't believe there would be any criminal culpability unless we passed an ordinance to that effect, making it a crime to divulge confidential procurement information, to which the maximum would be a misdemeanor. Again, and then we'd have to prove by beyond a reasonable doubt that they did do that. So I can look into that, certainly.
It's all right with the board. I'm going to make a motion that Tara and the procurement department, they bring back something to us within maybe 60 days. What your recommendations would be, but to basically hit the end goal of what we're trying to do here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for clarification, on the external representation, public participation, is that a option when it makes sense, or is that you'd like it mandated on all?
Well, I think I can only speak for myself in District 1, but I think we should at least try to get a citizen on. I mean, you have the City of Kingman that does the citizens, citizen school. I mean, we're always looking for ways to involve our citizenry, the people that we serve in the government, and make them more a part of it, and break down that dividing wall between the citizens that we serve and the public that we have. I think this is a great opportunity. If you have some people that are, they want to be a part of a county procurement process, and they're going to learn a lot during that process. And I think that it's not a bad goal. But if you're searching for somebody and you just can't find a citizen that wants to do it, then maybe there's another way. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elters, thank you.
One more point, if I may, before you go to the second motion and you vote on it, and that is availability. We currently have a process in place where the procurement director is instrumental in reaching out to departments, selecting individuals to serve on a panel. Those are county employees. We can, if mandated by the board to expedite the process, we can make it their priorities. We can tell them this is your priority and you will work on it along with your other duties, but this is an important task, and we have a timeline to follow. I'm afraid when we have a public at-large member, we would not have that tool. And the example that I would give to the board is currently we have not been able, it's sort of orange and apples, it's not necessarily orange and orange, but it makes the point. We have not been able to hold a merit commissioners hearing, which is critical for us to address some issues because the individuals are not available. And it's a twofold issues. One is we have some vacancies, and the other is those positions that are vacant that can hold a meeting and have a quorum aren't always available. We've had to cancel meetings. So it concerns me to that end as well, and I just want to share that with you as board members.
Appreciate the insight. I think what the motion is bring us something back as a board to review and maybe approve, and then as a part of that, maybe when a rollout or a ramp up to that would be too.
Some kind of pilot program.
Additional discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Is there a second?
With a explanation.
I apologize.
Roll call.
Was there a second on that?
Supervisor Gould, I believe, seconded the motion. Do you want a roll call? Did you do a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we can do that. Let's go with Supervisor Letman,
No.
Supervisor Borelli,
Yes.
Supervisor Martin.
No, with an explanation. I have complete 100% confidence in the counties. I went through it with them. I know what they did and what they do, and there is no freaking way that was leaked by the county, and it wouldn't be. So I see this as redundant, and that's why I'm voting no.
Supervisor Gould
A simple yes.
and Chairman Leonfelter.
Yes.
Okay, it passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to item number 49, discussion possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2025-203, resolution to rescind BOS Resolution 2006-657A and revert to pre-adoption land use designation. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I brought this forward because during the general plan comment period, people commented that this was still there and it had not reached the threshold to continue on, so it should have been rescinded by the 2015 general plan, and it was not. When we don't rescind these things, it creates problems. People buy land because they think it has a zoning on it, when in reality that zoning has already expired because no action was taken. That is all. Let's see.
Okay. You break this down. So what does this do other than rescinding the old one? What does it bring us up to date? What?
It reverts it to the original zoning that was before, which I believe is AR 36.
Supervisor Gould.
Sure.
I just wanted to clarify, this one is just a major plan amendment and it would revert the land use designation, not the zoning.
Okay, correct. Because the general plan does not create zoning. It creates the ability to change zoning.
So it goes back to 2006?
I think it still goes back to the
15?
It would go back to the 2005 general plan. However, the 2015 general plan supersedes this, and then the 2025 plan would supersede it. So this does house cleaning. It gets rid of outstanding Irish pennant, if you will. But the actual impact would be superseded by the succeeding general plans.
Right.
Would this affect the commercial corridor on 68?
No.
Only affects the subject property.
But it wouldn't it not affect then the Dorado project? But I made a motion for it to go back as suburban, 1 to 5 acres, and what you're saying is it would revert back to 36 acres.
Correct.
Okay.
Then you're going to have a general plan that'll may supersede that. Let's see, 49. Brian Burke.
So would this wipe out the Dorado project?
No.
Okay.
Just I'm not being. It's just cleaning it up. And Sheila Mueller is on deck. Let me get your name and address.
Oh, yes, Brian Burke, Golden Valley. And just right off the bat, I want to thank you for, all the listening to everybody on the water presentation and Representative Gillette for kind of explaining some of the intricacies that's involved between state and county level and everything. So thank you all for that. Just to mention the pistachio farmer, I ran into handing out flyers
Sir,
around. Yes.
we're on item 49.
Okay, I'll just stay off that. But basically, it's a quick overview of Mojave, of Golden Valley and Mojave County. That basically it's related to water, and the recent additional living structures per parcel increases the amount of people from 2.5 to 7.5 people, which could have impact on the water usage in Golden Valley or through the whole county. Of course, it was talked about Mineral Park Mine going back online, which will have mine will go back online, having an impact on the water also. And then there's 3 to 10,000 homes already approved for Golden Valley. So, and that's not in addition to the 3 to 4,000 of the Dorado. And then Katie miners, always having articles about water seems like a lot lately because of the battles going on. And
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. This is about rescission or not rescission of this particular resolution.
Item 49. You mean, well, as it pertains. Yeah. So I was just trying to make the case that for approval of the Dorado project.
In favor of the rescission or opposed to the rescission?
I'm in favor of the rescission.
Okay.
So I'll just leave it at that, because everything else here just applies to the demographics of the Dorado project and all that. So I guess I don't really have anything to say about the rescission because it's kind of I wasn't aware of this. This is not totally relevant to that.
You're in favor of the rescission. Is
Yes,
that
I am.
correct? Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If all the other speakers could keep that in mind, keep it to the agenda. This is you're either in favor or opposed to this rescission. Sheila Miller. Teresa Merrill, you're on deck.
Hi, I'm Sheila Miller. I live in Golden Valley. And if I understand this correctly, like I said, I'm new. If I understand this takes us back to the 36 acres. That I approve of. That way maybe we can get all this mess. Maybe we can all come together and figure everything out. But I approve of it. And I appreciate you guys listening to us.
Thank you. Teresa Merrill. Angel Lund, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and Chairman Lincolnfelter. I know that as a legislative and executive body of government, that your responsibility is for our public well-being, health, and safety, okay? And it was wonderful that Sheriff Schuster informed us what's going on. He came to Golden Valley about 1.5 years ago to let us know that they did not have, Mojave County did not have the resources at that time to support this development, okay? So I'm in favor of it being rescinded completely. And I know that when a rural area becomes urbanized, that crime increases, and Supervisor Martin probably realizes that too, being a former police officer, that happens. So I'm totally in favor of this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fulfilling your responsibilities.
Angel Lund. Arthur Ramos, you're on deck.
Angel Lund, Golden Valley. I think where the confusion comes in is the way it was wrote. approve resolution, rescission, resolution, revert. And so people aren't quite sure what you're doing. I know that I would like to see the whole mess wiped out and back to the 36 when it was first sold at the tax thing. Then we can start over again. Let them bring the plan, let them go through everything, and it'll be a clean slate. Right now, we did the Dorado, we did approve for a subdivision, we did a bankruptcy and a back tax sale. We did, I mean, I can go down through this 14 levels of things where we thought it had gone back to the 36 acres. That's what we were shown. That's what we did with planning in our community meeting. Next thing we know is suddenly we have a subdivision, but it was rescinded the year before. So we are so confused as to everything, and I think you guys are too. What we need to do is totally clear the air, go back to square one, get rid of all the lawsuits that could possibly come from this, and start over. Thank you.
Thank you. If everybody that was, we have quite a few speakers to go through. If you could just tell us if you're in favor or opposed to the rescission of BOS resolution number 2006-657A. We've heard a lot of the other stuff before, but just tell us if you're in favor or against the resolution. Arthur Ramos.
Good morning. Arthur Ramos. I live in Golden Valley. Like Angel said, it would be nice to know where we're going from when it rescinds or reverts back to whatever it was before. It'd be nice to understand what that means to us. You know, like, are they still going to be able to build those 5 to 8 houses per acre or not? Right? I think I'm in favor of of having the change like was suggested, but I know we're not supposed to have conversations with you, but the gentleman earlier had a very lengthy conversation with you guys, answered lots of questions. So could you explain it to us, what we're getting ourselves into if it does revert back? Is it going to 36 acres?
I'll ask the county attorney to weigh in. What is the impact of this rescission or non-rescission on the current general planning process that the county is going through as well?
On the current general plan process, there is no impact. So just to clear up a bunch of stuff, this is a 2006 resolution that's a major plan amendment to the 2005 general plan, which was superseded by the 2010 general plan. They did a mid-decade general plan. And then that general plan itself was then superseded by the 2015 general plan, which will then now be superseded by the 2020, we'll call it 2025 general plan. So this hangs out here, but the impact will be negligible. It won't be at all to the actual process, to the process. And even if there were a major plan amendment to the 2015 general plan, the 2025 general plan would supersede that amendment. All of the amendments are incorporated into the plan, and then the next plan supersedes it. So I don't want anyone in the public to get their hopes up or down on this rescission.
So in plain speak, it doesn't matter what happens with this resolution being rescinded or not, as far as what's going on with the current general plan process. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
No, it does not. The 10-year plan, we're trying to make this 10-year plan come together, and we want 1 acre minimum lots. Is that what the direction we're going? Or
Supervisor Gould, do you want to weigh in?
If, let's say, the general plan fails, then if we rescind this, they would only be able to build houses that were on 36-acre lots. But if they...
One house on 36 acres?
Because it would go back to the original zoning, because it should have been rescinded in... they had a goal to meet in there, was it that something had to happen by the 2015 general plan update. Nothing happened. So it
Right.
should have been rescinded at that point. It never was. These things irritate me because they float around. Not this one so much, not in particular, but I ended up with a power plant in my district because the staff didn't bring a recension back to us to have it rescinded, and the power company bought that and then wanted to put a power
Right.
plant.
Very annoying.
I think we do a disservice when we put a deadline on things that I wish they would just automatically rescind, but they do not. They have to come back to the board for recension. So this wipes that slate clean, gets rid of the Dorado project, or what was the Dorado project in the original resolution. So if nothing were to come out of the general plan, then they would only be able to build one home on 36 acres.
So is this the only
It
thing?
does not affect the general plan itself. It's whatever's going to come out of the general plan is going to rule.
I know you had a lot of questions on the general plan last meeting, and have all of those been resolved? And now it's
I have
up
no
for a
knowledge.
vote?
I have no knowledge of that.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm in favor.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Attorney Davis, can I ask a clarification just for my own? So if this is rescinded and the general plan fails, we don't get 4 out of 5, would the area of Golden Valley go back to the 2015 plan or the most recent plan, which is the 2015 plan, or would it revert completely?
It would go to the 2015 plan as the plan is now. This was a major amendment to the 2005 plan, which was replaced by the 2010 plan and the 15 plan. So it would revert to, it would stay as it is.
Kathy Joy and Gordon Morris, you're on deck. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Kathy Joy, Golden Valley. Thank you, Don Morton, for the last time wanting it at 1 to 5 acres. Thank you, Ron Gould. Revert it back to 36 acres. We don't want this. How many more years are we going to go around with this, guys? Come on. Thank you, Ron Gould. Please vote today, revert it back to 36 acres, and then keep it at 1 to 5 acres if the Dorado plant ever comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gordon Morris. Stephen Robinson, you're on deck.
Mr. Langenfelder, thank you for letting me come up here. And gentlemen, I'm for it. The 36 is fine. Let's go back to it. The prior staff, not Scott's present staff, made a mistake. They didn't rescind it. We need to correct it. Thank you, Ron, for bringing it up and doing that. Like I told you last time I saw you, you're persistent. You got her done. Thank you. Guys, you got a hard choice. I don't care which way you go. I thank you for listening to us. The planning group with the general plan, I've been to all their meetings that I knew about. They don't listen to it. You have to make that up. I'm glad you've got the job and I don't. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Robinson. Jamie McAdams, you're on deck.
To be honest, I thought this issue was decided at the last board meeting with the failure to pass Supervisor Martin's motion to turn it all into 1 acre, suburban designation. But obviously, that's not the case. And I'm still, first off, forget 36 acres. It's not the zoning, it's the designation. What designation would it go back to? The 2010 or 15 designation, which was far more complex than the 36 acres. So I guess that's my question. Would this take it all the way back to whatever the designation was in 2015? Because if it does, and if that says, oh no, there's no development, Dorado goes away if there's only 3 of the 5 of you that vote for the new general plan. So I'm hearing this discussion, I was going to say, obviously, it would revert back to that designation, but I'm hearing the fact that it was already passed, the 2015 plan stays in effect, period. Is that the correct understanding, I would ask?
Steve, I'll clarify again for your benefit and everybody else's. County Attorney Davis, if this is rescinded and the general plan, when it comes back, does not get the supermajority vote, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it goes back, it reverts to the 2015 general plan, and we start the whole process over again.
That is my understanding as well.
Then great, then the whole issue is moot because it will not change the 2015 plan. That makes me pleased to know that. I stated, and I'll just use it, that this was development of this into residential, high and low density, I don't like high, was approved in 1995 general plan because the people at that time saw the need for the future development and growth in Mojave County. That's when it was first, and then it was taken away in 2002 area plan and put into the 2005 general plan. Then in the 2015 general plan, they put back Dorado for the development. So the point being is, I'm glad it goes back to that. Otherwise, if there's only 3 of you that vote for the new general plan, it would revert back to 30, well, forget the 36 acres, but it'd revert back to whatever the 2005, which was suburban development. So I hope we can say that this is a waste of time even having this vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Davis, are you saying that if we rescind this, it goes back to the 2015 general plan?
Supervisor Gould, what I'm trying to say, I'll say, is that this was an amendment to the way that general plan major plan amendments work is they all filter into the plan that it is, the decennial plan. And then when a new plan comes along, the book is opened entirely and changes can happen as they happen for every general plan. And then that plan is adopted. All of those, there are no longer any amendments to that general plan until the amendment process opens back up for that new plan. So this one was an amendment to the 2005 plan. When that came to the 2010 plan, all of those, the condition on this one says
15.
Development of the area plan shall show sufficient progress for the next decennial update of the general plan. Sufficient progress is the development of a single village or unit. Without such progress, the area plan will be recommended for reduction in scope or rescission. To me, that reads as when the next general plan comes up for review. It's very rare. I don't know. Director Holtry can tell me how often a mid-decade general plan update happens. But let's skip 2010 and go to 2015. That would be then in that process, they would say when looking at an area plan, progress or no progress, and that would be incorporated into the new adopted plan rather than conditional zoning. It's look at this when it comes back up in 2015.
So the condition is removed because no one looked at it?
I don't think it was not looked at. I think it was just moved on. As it's an amendment.
It seems odd if you laid a condition on it that was the condition was to be met by the next decennial?
Yes.
Plan that if the condition was not met and it was not rescinded, then it's incorporated and carries on.
I don't think it's incorporated. I think that when they create the new general plan, however they do, some area plans, some don't use area plans. They can change the land use designation of that area entirely. A new general plan could completely ignore the requirements in this one and say the new general plan is superseding this because we've changed it to urban instead of suburban, as an example, or rural from urban, et cetera.
Seems odd to set a deadline on a moving target.
I wasn't around in 2006 to be able to tell them not to do
Not blaming you,
that.
sir. Not blaming you. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, would you like to hear from Director, or should we, we've got a few more people.
Looks like the director moved forward in the auditorium, so.
Would you like to hear from him? Yes. Okay,
Sure.
Mr. Holtry, come on up. You want to clarify for the remaining speakers?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, I would like to just clarify as well, we do not put these timelines on any of our conditions anymore. That's because of this issue. We try not to, and also I believe there are litigation out there that go against some of these. So we try not to put these on any of our conditions. When we rezone something or we do a plan amendment, that's what it is. To kind of go back to Attorney Davis and his comment, I do agree with that. When the board looked at it in 2010, they looked at the entirety of the plan, including Dorado. And that was them looking at the plan, making sure that it's what they wanted for that time. Same in 2015. The only one last thing that I would bring up is the 2006 resolution is an amendment to the Golden Valley Area Plan. It was poor wording that they chose in that condition, that it states that the area plan has to have a single unit. We have had a single unit in the Golden Valley Area Plan, and so therefore that condition has been met. But I liked, it was poor wording that they chose at that time, but we have to go off of what the wording was in the resolution.
Sure.
All right, let's get through the remaining four speakers we have here. Jamie McAdams. Jamie McAdams. Susan McAdams. Travis Pennington.
Travis Pennington. I work. I live at 2247 Mesa Drive, Kingman, Arizona. I'm employee of Engel Homes. We're involved in the current owner of the Dorado project, and we're just on the surface. If this is about clearing up some legal cloud that needs to be cleared up, I guess we're in favor of that, right? But that resolution, there was 9 conditions of that resolution, and the 9th one is the one that's relative to the conversation we're having today. And that last sentence in that says, without such progress, the area plan will be recommended for reduction in scope or rescission, right? So another thing, we've already made a reduction in scope. So another motion that you could make is to agree with the maps that are being proposed right now, taking that southwest section and making it 1 acre like we proposed. I think that also would meet the legal requirement of that resolution that was passed in that condition. But irregardless, if this is about clearing up a legal cloud, we support this, and we hope in the future that whatever response I have is above legal reproach, that our zoning will stand, and we'll be able to go build the subdivision in Golden Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito. Looks like some people signed over their time, so we'll give you a full 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Esposito, Golden Valley property owner. First, I would like to thank Supervisor Gould for clearing this up. Myself, Daniel Keckman, several members of the community since the general plan process started have brought up this resolution and asked that it be addressed. And I'm glad that it's finally being addressed. Now, this resolution was made, which created the Dorado area plan. Now, you can argue till the cows come home about whether the final sentence in this resolution, when you say a single unit built in the area plan, no reasonable person you drug off the street would think that that meant the entire Golden Valley plan, and that building any one single dwelling unit anywhere in the area of Golden Valley would somehow count for something that's a resolution specific to the Dorado area plan. It's also not on the agenda to reduce it. It's on the agenda to rescind it, which is what needed to be done, in my opinion, before Supervisor Martin's motion was made. This is a housekeeping issue. It was hanging out there. And we went through this with the power plant Mojave Valley. They said, oh, wait, we bought it with the expectation that we could do this because a previous resolution was never rescinded. So, if it's not rescinded, now this was rolled into, this was part of the Golden Valley plan, which was rolled into the general plan. So when you accepted all of that stuff, logic would dictate that all of these provisions would somehow carry over. This resolution would require for the Dorado area plan things like environmental impact studies. It talks about Energy Star appliances and all kinds of crazy stuff. It raises questions about if you don't rescind it, would then Angle Homes and the new thing be required to do all of these things? I don't know. I asked Mr. Davis for an opinion on that, and he said at the last meeting, I don't work for the people, I work for the government, and no one asked about it. Well, it wasn't on the agenda for the general plan to talk about rescinding this. That wasn't the proper time to bring this up. This is the proper time. I'd like to point out, however, that because you guys sent the general plan back for revisions, it's not too late to rescind this and then have Supervisor Martin make a motion, put it on the agenda at the next meeting, to make a motion to revert Dorado to 1 to 5 acre suburban ranch or whatever. I would hope that he would do that. I would hope that Supervisor Chairman Lingenfelter would support it again. And I think that if we clear up this housekeeping issue, it raises legal issues. All this can end up in litigation, but there were, it's not anyone's fault that staff didn't do what they were supposed to do. I don't have it right in front of me. I can't pull it up on my phone right now, but I don't think it said staff may bring this back. I think it said staff shall bring this back for reduction or rescission. So, the fact that it wasn't done, I think too often we put too much faith in staff. And we go, well, it didn't happen. I don't know why. Well, staff screwed up. I mean, that's the reality. Whoever staff was, when the 2010 and 2015 general plans, staff's failure to bring this to the board, when they shall do it, okay, so now we're left to deal with it today. And so I support 100%, rescinding the 2006 resolution and then deciding if it's your pleasure, Supervisor Martin, to put it on a future agenda, because right now this is still, being discussed by staff. They're drafting a new general plan. They'll have to bring that to planning and zoning. Then after planning and zoning approves it, then they bring it back before the board, and we see if we can get 3 or 4 or 5 votes or whatever it happens. But the general plan issue isn't dead. This is just hanging out in left field. And it needed to be dealt with. We brought it up, it didn't get dealt with. We're asking for it to be dealt with today. None of the requirements set forth were met for the Dorado plan. And, there's just too many issues. On page 4 of that plan, number 5, it said that Mojave County 208 Water Quality Management Plan was amended to include wastewater treatment provisions for each phase of development. I don't know what those provisions are. I don't know if they would apply to any future development for that area if you don't rescind it. I mean, I don't know if you know. We've been going through this a long time. It would have been nice if this could have been addressed before the general plan was brought to the board. But I don't believe for a minute that where page 4, number 9 says the area plan refers, to the entire Golden Valley plan and not the Dorado plan, not the Dorado area plan. Building one home doesn't nullify it. It's on here to rescind. And I support doing that because then we clear any legal issues off the table, anything that's hanging out there. And then, if someone would like to make a motion and direct staff as they're in the process of redoing the general plan to fix it, well, now this motion is, in my opinion, is now ripe because there is no unresolved issues. So, I think that would be my recommendation on how to proceed. Is just get rid of this old business and set it back to where it was. Then the only legal issue is whether or not rescinding it. And, Mr. Davis has an opinion. Every attorney has an opinion. Of course, we all know in every lawsuit, one attorney's opinion loses and one attorney's opinion wins. But clear it off, and then, anyone is welcome to get an outside legal opinion as to whether or not rolling that into the 2010 plan and staff's failure to fix it. But just do the right thing and get rid of it, and then let's just move forward and, you know, listen to the people of Golden Valley and what they want, because no one has a right to develop their property that's not in, you know, in the zoning that they bought. And all of this land use stuff just means it's something you could do because it's compatible. Well, you know, what people wanted in 1995 and what their vision for the valley is didn't really materialize. Now in 2025, it's our vision for the valley, where we own property or where people live and rent and where people decided to stake their claims. So thank you very much for considering this, and I hope that you'll rescind this resolution.
That's our last speaker. I entertain a motion or additional discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Move for approval of item 49 as read.
Second.
For that motion and second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to call to the public. First up is Mr. Scotty McClure. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. I guess I should say good evening. Your longest one of the year. I almost ran out of things to say, but I got a couple. Sonny, I'm going to have to appoint you to... the Arizona flag looks taller than the American flag. And it bugs the hell out of me from last meeting, too. So get your tape measure and your ladder out. But it really does. I don't know if it's the point's just that long or whatever. It bugs me. About the only other thing I got. Well, I'm glad we got a morgue, but you got to keep on this every time, and I want to report each meeting on the progress of this. Don't be sitting on this and not letting the newspapers and the public still sitting out here. Well, what are you doing? When I was on a school board, we had passed a $26 million bond. We were kicking the can down the road, and then we got finally hired an architect, and you know, they drew up the plans and all that stuff, and we finally started going, and by God, we had a report every meeting. So let's consider that. What is the progress? And I'm glad you decided that you have the health department involved in this. And I think they need to be about the head of the whole thing. A lot of entailment in this. And one girl earlier today talking about the rivers running south. Well, when I went home, my river runs north. I grew up on the Eel River. One of the few in the world that runs north. So that's my last fact.
Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito. Again, at the last board meeting, 4 members of this board voted to give $481,300 to the state government under the Katie Hobbs administration. Now, I'm aware that, you know, the government shutdown ended, WICS funded, and all that kind of stuff. But what concerns me is that it shouldn't have even really been on the agenda, because WIC had been funded through the entire month of November with tariff money under Section 32 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act. So there was no need to give the state nearly $500,000 with no expectation of return on that investment. Now, I'm not for women and children and, you know, infants going without baby formula or anything like that, But I would have much rather seen, if we want to talk about being Christian, we want to talk about being humanitarian and all these things. In an emergency situation, had that funding actually lapsed, I would have preferred to see this board, if you're going to give away nearly $500,000 of our emergency funds, directly purchase through procurement some baby formula and some stuff and give it to the food bank or whatever. Cut out government bureaucracy. Because when you give it to the Democrat administration, who's currently under a fraud investigation, you're probably not going to get as much bang for your buck. I really want to say that I appreciate Supervisor Gould saying that if anybody was hungry, they could come to his office and he would give them baby formula. Now that's the Republican way. Not to redistribute our tax money, nearly $500,000, to the state of Arizona bureaucracy. I'm sorry, that just sat wrong with me. I realize the motives were altruistic, but I'm looking at 5 Republicans. Only one said, I will feed people in my district if they're hungry. And 4 of you said, I would rather give your tax money to the state and with no expectation of ever getting back. Now, fortunately, I'm going to assume because that's over that we don't need to put it back on the agenda to rescind. Because these unkept housekeeping things can come back to bite us. I know it wasn't declared as an emergency, so therefore there is a 30-day window where it doesn't take place, but maybe you might want to put it on there or get legal advice about whether you have to take that back, because I'm pretty sure that Katie Hobbs like to get a clause on that and, redistribute our hard-earned money. So thank you.
I'd like to say that in response to that my family owns many businesses here in the city of Kingman and in Bullhead, and we do help a lot of families, and we just don't publicize it. Sharon Hougen. Andrew Kutch, you're on deck.
Sharon Haugen, Bullhead City. First of all, I wanted to thank all of you for voting to help with this transition to put an in-house county morgue. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to address a couple of things that from the last meeting, and one of them was when Mr. Borelli asked, Mr. Hassett, if he owned or operated any funeral homes. Well, it seems to be it's a way of asking a question in the semantics, and Mr. Hassett said no. But he also said in the next breath, I wouldn't mind getting back into the business. Well, in some research that was given to me, that it happens that aside from him not telling the truth by omission about him brokering plots with his cemetery broker's license for Desert Lawn, that was a lie, because by omission it's lying when you don't disclose it. Serenity Memorial Group is the LLC for Sunset Memorial Crematory at Desert Lawn, and Mr. Hassett has already renewed his cremationist license, and he has just renewed his membership in the National Funeral Home Directors. I find this kind of confusing because last week also I got a notification from people in the funeral home business that the Founders Partners Group that he supposedly you sell your funeral home businesses to, it's a holding company, that they were going to transition back his businesses to him. So I don't know what that means. We heard that from reliable sources. So does that mean he's getting his funeral homes back and he was preparing for it to be more active? I don't know, but I think it needs to be looked into. I received this information from people in the funeral home business. The second thing is, I know Mr. Martin says that he doesn't doubt that the bid from Monolith and Mr. Hassett's bid. Nothing was gone wrong there. It was no secret, and nothing came out. But, you know, that may be an opinion, but my opinion and the opinion of tons and tons of other people don't buy that. The same bid coming out the day after, exactly down to the penny. So I figure there was something going on there in procurement, and I hope that with Mr. Lingerfelter's position of wanting to do something to make it more secure, I think that's a good idea. And second of all, or 30, whatever it is here, okay, that's all I have to say then. I just wanted to include that more information that you might want to have
Thank you, ma'am.
about Mr. Hassett, because our committee is pursuing more things
Thank
for
you.
him.
Andrew Kutch? Diana Francis, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. On November 3rd, I stood here and actually put a warning to you, knowingly making false statements to obtain government contract is a crime. I urged you and asked you to actually refer some credible allegations to the county attorney. Have you done that as of yet? No answer. Thank you. I'd like to say that this is point number one. Mr. Hassett admitted on the record to this board that he broke Arizona law. He violated ARS 132310, felony fraud, in bidding for the county contract. ARS 132702, perjury under oath. ARS 11256, misrepresentation during procurement. These aren't opinions. These are felonies. Class 2, Class 4, prison time, fines up to $150,000. Contract invalidation, debarment. Point number 2, laws are clear. Title 32 bans unlicensed cemetery sales. Title 11 governs the county. Bidding, sworn certifications must be truthful. Mr. Hassett's own words prove that he lied to win the medical examiner's contract. Point 3, this isn't just about him, it's also about y'all. As of August 2025, Mr. Hassett renewed his crematorium license under Serenity. Were you aware of that? The scuttlebutt of November 14th, since November 14th, the holding company FPG may have transferred the ownership back to him, may or may not have. How many of you knew of this in advance, if it did happen? Who in procurement leaked the sealed bid details? Keep talking about that one. Who breached the confidentiality? You talked about that as well. It's very simple to go forth and investigate all of this. I just want to remind you, you work for us, the taxpayers, not Mr. Hassett, not for the insiders. It's simple. Suspend the contract immediately. Launch an independent investigation by a third party into Mr. Hassett, Tara Acton, every county employee in procurement. Refer all the findings to the county attorney for prosecution. If these allegations are not investigated and dealt with, you, the board of supervisors, would be complicit and a party to the same criminal fraud, and will also be held accountable for all the charges charges will be forwarded to the state AG and the FBI and or the federal AG for intervention if the proper action isn't taken immediately. No more delays, no more silence. You swore an oath to uphold the
Thank you, sir. Diane Francis? Diana Francis? Angel Lund, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lingenfelder and supervisors. I appreciate the time. So in general, I'd like to say, whenever you guys are approving any type of an enlargement where it's going to take water, be aware that no property is going to be worth anything without water. This desert will be a ghost town, all of it. Nobody's property will be worth a dime if we lose our water rights. We need to keep our water rights. Secondarily, Sheriff Schuster himself appointed me, my own detective. Out of 50 police reports, the detective forwarded over to prosecution 11 cases that were good cases for the same individual. They prosecuted one, and then they said, well, one and done. I said, no, I have 11 cases. No, one's good for you. So you may or not have anything to do with that, but the county prosecutor needs to be investigated by the state or the federal. And I'm just saying that. If you guys have any way to look into that, please do. If you don't, this recording will just go on record. I appreciate your time. All of you got a lot on your plate. I sit here listening, all the things you have to take under advisement and discuss. It's really amazing. So kudos to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Angel Lund?
Just a housekeeping, Angel Lund, Golden Valley. On the item 49, it was approved. It is the current resolution surpassing all the previous resolutions. The problem I'm seeing, though, is there's no comma between 657A and revert to the pre-adoption land use designation, so that both of those go together. As an English professor, if you wanted two statements and two separate ideas, you would have needed a comma in there. Having passed this, you have rescinded that 2006 resolution as well as the land use. The land use will go back, it says. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was our last speaker. Did you want to address a comment, Supervisor Martin?
I did. It's a comment about procurement and that bid. What you need to do, if you want to find out how that happened, it didn't happen in the county. It happened before it ever got there. Somebody somewhere up above was the one that found out and talked to somebody. But I'll guarantee you it was not a county employee in procurement. And I just want to go on record as saying that.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you.